There's a plug. Morning, everyone. I'm sorry for the delay. Welcome to the special. Hello. Good morning. Welcome to the special magistrate hearing for January 30th, 2025. If you wish to speak, please stand and raise your right hand. Are you going to speak? Stand. Do you all swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? Yes. Thank you. Please silence all electronic devices.
Good morning. Our first case is on page 63. Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 2403. Our first case is on page 7. Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 24110298, case address 3325 Northeast 40th Court, owner Paul L. Guidry Jr. and Ann M. Guidry, posted at property 11725, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
3325.
Good morning, Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case and address as read.
Good morning, Ann Guidry.
Hold on.
Okay.
This property was first inspected on November 14th, 2024, and given time to correct for the following violation. 47-20.13.g. The swale area has been altered at this RS 4.4 property by adding gravel and rocks without obtaining right-of-way improvement permit. The city is requesting compliance within 28 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
How many days?
We are requesting an extension.
State your name.
Ann Guidry.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Ma'am, do you want to state your name first, please?
I'm sorry, it's Ann Guidry.
Okay. All right. What is it you would like to tell me about this?
It took us time to find a licensed general contractor landscaping over the holidays. And by the time we did, we have permits right now that are submitted, but we're waiting for their
Is
approval.
28 days sufficient time?
If
What? Okay, I'm sorry. They changed that to 56. You should be able to get it done.
that would be wonderful,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, $56 or $50 a day thereafter. If you run into a problem, make sure you contact the inspector.
Okay, appreciate your help, thank you.
All right, no problem.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 36. Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 24070831, case address 1240 Northeast 17 Terrace, owner Christopher Blanner and Jessica Irene McBride, posted at property 1925, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Good morning. Jean-Claude Noel of the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 2407083 for the property located at 1240 Northeast 17 Terrace. The property was first inspected on 7/31/2024 and was given time to correct for the following violations. 18-12, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris surrounding the property and its swale. 9-304B, the concrete driveway at this property is not being maintained. The surface, the driveway is not smooth, and there are weeds, grass growing through the dirt in the driveway. 9-305, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover to include the swale. 9-306 complied. 9-308 complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 29, 2025, and the following violations that have not complied are depicted in the photos that you see here. The city is requesting 10 days to comply with for the violation of 18-12, or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter. And the city is requesting 28 days to comply for a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter for violation 9-304B and 9-305B. I would like to submit these photos for my case file.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Jessica McBride.
Ms. McBride, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance? Looks like you gave it a good start.
Yeah, we did. We've contacted somebody to redo the driveway and the swale. Unfortunately, he said that he doesn't have, he's only a local permit to do the swale, and he needs a state contractor to do the permit. So we're requesting more time than the 28 days because I'm not sure we'll be able to have it done in that amount of time.
How much time do you think you need?
I actually don't know how long permits take, so I have no idea.
Why don't we start with 56 days and or $50 a day thereafter, but for the trash overgrowth, that's 10 days.
Yeah, that's been addressed. I talked to Mr. Noel, and a lot of it is just the leaves from our oak tree, which is constantly shedding, so it's just kind of a daily maintenance of raking those leaves back. So we will do our best to keep that under control.
So it'll be 10 days for that, 56 days for the concrete driveway. What about the landscaping?
So it was my impression talking to Mr. Noel that the landscaping was the leaves, that was the debris on the ground.
And we're talking about the missing ground cover, the swale, the area we talked about that?
That's the swale area that we're having
the permit
Yes,
issue.
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
so I'll give you 56 days on that one as well. If you run into a problem, make sure you contact the inspector.
That would be wonderful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next case, page 63, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 2403-0959, case address 820 Northeast 26th Avenue, owner Felix Zukovsky. This case was first heard 5/30/24 to comply by 8/29/24. 3 suspensions noted on the agenda. 2 sections not complied at $100 per day. Fine start 1/31/25.
Good morning, Special Magistrate. Senior Officer Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 24030959, address 820 Northeast 26th Avenue. Violation 18-12A has complied. Violation 47-20.20H has not complied. Violation 9-306 not complied. 9-308B has complied, and 47-2.2.Q.3 has complied. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 21st, 2025, and the following violations remain: 47-20.20 parentheses H and 9-306 as depicted in the photos. The property owner is here.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Felix Suchovitsky.
Okay, sir. Why isn't this property in compliance yet?
I have 2 issues. Issue number 1, as I explained last time I was here, is the permits. May I present? First, I'd like to state, and then I'd like to present. So I have, to start this project, I need to satisfy or receive 158 sub-permits in order to get 5 general permits. Also, I have one example where one of the permits, for example, has 42 issues that I need to. Those issues is not like fault issues. There's issues like you need to present, for example, for demolition, pest control, environmental review, the traffic control, those things, asbestos, elevations, like this is, I'm going to give it to you in a second. So this is why I have not received the permit yet. So let me present that.
Okay. You can approach. Show them to.
Now, why not complied? So, we demolishing this property and building a new one. Today, actually, this week, I met with Anthony Lawyer, supervisor of the code enforcement, Dorian Collian, supervisor, and also I met with Deputy Director Alfred Battle. And everybody seems to be willing to give me an extension after I explained all the issues.
Hold it 1 second. Is there any objection to an extension if he's, have you filed for the demo permit yet?
Yeah, of course. We've been going back and forth. It's on your table. You can see it.
Okay, so all of these things that you have to do in order to get the demo permit is what you handed to me earlier?
No, it's a demo plus other permits.
Okay.
Yeah, I handed it to you.
The city doesn't oppose the 28-day extension?
1 second. We spoke yesterday, and you said you're going to give me 119 days.
Good morning, Supervisor Lohr. Yeah, we spoke yesterday. However, after speaking today and reviewing the permits again, speak with my manager. We'll give you 28 days to move the permits along, and then if you would like to request an extension, you can come back before the special magistrate. But we'll give you 28 days to move the permits along.
Okay.
All right, so are you requesting a notice to reappear?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to give you 28 days, and then you're going to reappear on my docket on February 27th, which is 28 days to give me a progress report, okay?
Yes.
All
Okay.
right. And if you run into a problem, then make sure you contact the inspector. But I got to tell you, this has been going on since last May, so you have to be diligent about this, or you're not going to keep getting extensions.
I am I do fully understand, and I'm doing it. We're doing it every day. We're like 4 to 6 to 8 hours at the computer and dealing with engineers. It's 158 permits. I need to receive 158.
That sounds strange to me, but
But it's on your table.
yeah. All right. I assume that they know what they're doing, but you have to do your part as well, okay?
Every day I'm
All
doing
right.
it.
Thank you very much.
Do you want your documents back?
You have
Would you like
one
to
more.
keep it?
Well, we can put it in file if you want.
Yes, please.
Okay.
You have one more case, sir.
Okay.
Our next case, page 64, Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 2410-0750, case address 820 Northeast 26th Avenue, owner Felix Sukovatsky. This case was first heard 12/12/24 to comply by 12/22/24. One section is now complied at $100 per day, $600 accrued, and this was a request for extension.
Senior Officer Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale presenting case CE 24100750, address 820 Northeast 26th Avenue. For a violation of 47-2.2Q3 has complied as of December 19, 2024. Violation 18-12A has complied as of December 19, 2024. The city is requesting the full amount to be imposed. At this present time, sir, are you willing to waive your rights to a massey hearing to impose the fines as of
I
today?
apologize. I do not understand what am I being charged for. Can you please explain? I mean,
It's for the violation of 18-12A. At
What-
the last hearing, the $300 was imposed.
yes. And
It didn't come into compliance until December 19, 2024.
that is
And that's the
incorrect.
reason
I have
why.
emailed you, and I can present the email. I don't have it in front of me, but I went to the city. I emailed you. I emailed Dorian also on the same email because we brought that bush into compliance. So let me go back. The City of Fort Lauderdale Public Works Department has excavated my property, dumped 4 inches of dirt across my entire swale, blocked the view, and then you, your owner, I showed you picture that was brought in compliance, and you said the grass is overgrown and the bush is overgrown. And I took care of it next day. And next day, I sent the pictures. I have the electronic record. I did not realize I would be getting this today, but I submitted electronic records with you and Dorian Collian. I did. I can prove it.
I would have to review my emails.
That's fine.
Okay, why don't we
And-
reschedule the Massey hearing for when he comes back on the 28th?
Okay.
Give you a chance to review it.
All right, we'll reschedule.
All right, we'll
With the
talk
stamp
about this
fines.
next time.
And I also, next time, I will present the picture evidence with the dates.
Yes, because just because you tell me, it's better to have the pictures there.
Yes. Oh,
Okay.
I can show right now. May I show right now?
No.
Okay.
We're going to
We could
hear
take
it.
care of it right now.
No, we're going to hear it on the 28th. So just bring everything to me on in 28 days on February 27th, along with the other hearing.
Okay, but this picture's here. Okay.
Sir, please don't argue with me.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next case, page 52, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 2408-0611, case address 1004 Southwest 19th Street, owner Patrick Collins and Zachary A. Collins. This case was first heard 9/26/24 to comply by 10/11/24. One section complied at $1,000 per day, $8,000 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 2408-0611 for property located at 1004 Southwest 19th Street. This case was first heard on 9/26/2024. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct violations at this property by 10/11/2024 for violation 15-272A. For violation 15-272A, the property was inspected a total of 8 times. Since the fines began to accrue on 10/12/2024, the property was not in compliance on the following dates: 10/16, 10/19, 10/26, 11/1, 11/6, 11/9, 11/14, and 11/16. At this time, all violations are in compliance. The city is requesting the amount of fines to be imposed of $8,000 since the property was inspected a total of 8 days.
Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Zachary Collins.
Okay, sir. What do you want to tell me in mitigation of the fines?
So, a little background on why I purchased this property. I'm a professional athlete. I travel for work. I'm all over the place. And my fiance, her dad had a heart attack. Her sister got diagnosed with leukemia all at the same time. And it's no excuse. But I purchased it so that she could run it from home, help her family out, quit her job, all this stuff. But we're traveling. I was living in Canada. I was living in Chicago, all over the place. We have a CPA here. That's the 9710 Sterling Road address. That was our old CPA. Everything was good until I had to fire him. I wasn't really sure how to change the mailing address for this house, so all mail was going to him. Obviously, we're living in a different state. So once that mail, I got a stack of mail, like literally 10 or 15 things in one day, and it was from 3 months ago. So I wasn't really sure what to do at that point. I contacted him. I contacted Antonio Wood, tried to change the mailing address. As soon as I knew about that, I stopped all Airbnb short-term rental leasing, obviously not knowing what's going on.
Did you take the advertisement down?
Yes. So I took the advertisement down. I don't remember the exact date, but as soon as I got that mail, I paused the listing. That listing was done, and we were not renting it out to anybody else. At that point, my cousin from Georgia, he came down. He had to do a couple jobs here. He was staying at the house by himself for a couple months, and we were trying to figure this whole thing out. now, now that I have this figured out, I mean, we still have the listing paused. The reason why this listing was not compliant was because when I purchased it in 2022, it was a cash deal. I didn't have any awareness that not the owners that I purchased from, but the previous owners before that did all the work without permits. So the kitchen.
Okay, that's not in front of me this morning. This is about you not having a certificate for an Airbnb or
right.
whatever company you
so
use.
I obviously was trying to get the new certificate every single time, but I got denied, and that's when I started getting the mail because there was open permits on the property for a kitchen, for all this different stuff.
Okay.
I was unaware that the work was done without permits.
Okay, when you took the listing down, did you cancel it or did you just pause it?
No, I paused it to see what happens, which is pretty much canceling it. You can't book, you can't stay there, you can't do anything.
In the future, if you take the listing down, you can comply it while you figure everything else out.
Yeah, the only issue I had with that, which we spoke about it, was that if I take the listing down, I have 2 years of reviews and pictures and descriptions and everything that will all be wiped out.
Yeah, well,
So,
but that's one way to comply it. You have to, make the choice. Anything else from the city?
The only thing I would like to add is that the property currently has an open building case. So we would like to seek the full amount of the fines instead of admin costs. If you were going to think about giving them admin costs, they have an open building case, and I would like the full amount of fines for the city.
I'm kind of confused on what he said, but either way, as soon as we figured out that the permits were open, we hired a company called Close Permits Fast. Peter has been in contact with whoever from the city to try to get it done, and Close Permits Fast hasn't really been too fast. It's been like 4 months since then.
Your Honor, if I could add, the reason he can't get his certificate is because of the open building case. Once you close out that open building case, then you could get your renewal certificate. I come out and do the inspection, and you can start operating like normal, but you have to take care of that building case.
No, for sure, and that's what I hired them to do 4 months ago, but clearly it's taken a while.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to impose the fine. However, when you get all your ducks in a row and the property's in compliance and you've closed all the permits, et cetera, you could apply for lien amnesty, and that will result in a substantial reduction in fines, okay?
And the ladies at the back. The ladies at the back can give you more information on the lien amnesty.
Okay, and then, so do I just not pay the fines for now and then that?
Correct.
Because we're on like the last step of the whole permit thing. So as soon as we get the last step, the building code is done, then I just do that, or?
Okay.
Yeah, the thing is, you don't have to pay the fine right now. Apply for the lien amnesty program. It takes a couple of weeks to go through the process, so you should be fine. And it's reduced to 10% of the fine, so in essence, it'll be $800.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. Appreciate
All right,
it.
take care. Next case.
Next case, page 10. Inspector Manuel Garcia, case number CE 24100776, case address 19 Royal Palm Drive, owner Christopher W. McKinley, posted at property 11625, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Take another look at that for you when you get a chance.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 241000776 at 19 Royal Palm Drive. This property was cited on November 11, 2024 for the following violations. Section 18-1, the subject property is being utilized as an off-site booth during the Fort Lauderdale Boat Show in 2024 to display a vessel causing heavy traffic, obstructing the roads, and without any permits, creating a public nuisance. These activities threaten or endanger the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. Due to the nature of this violation, the case will be presented to the Special Magistrate. for an imposition of fines to the sum of up to $15,000. Section 47-34.1.8.1, there's illegal land use occurring at this RS 4.4 zone property consisting of but not limited to promoting, displaying, marketing, and sales of vessels and water sports related merchandise. The property is being utilized as an off-site display booth during the 2024 Fort Lauderdale Boat Show. Due to the nature of this violation, the case will be presented to the special magistrate for a finding of fact. Section 8-91G, the subject RS 4.4 zone property is renting its stock to the company Nautical Ventures for the purpose of promoting, displaying, marketing, and sales of vessels and water sports equipment and merchandise during the 2024 Fort Lauderdale International Boat Show. Due to the nature of the violation, the case is being brought in front of the magistrate hearing for a finding of fact. Please refer to the photos submitted as evidence for a finding of fact. At this time, the city is requesting the imposition of fines to the sum of up to $15,000 for Section 18-1 and a finding of fact for the other violations cited. Please note all violations have been complied.
Good morning. Please state your name
Good
for
morning,
the record.
Christine Vitolo.
Okay. Ms. Vitolo, what do you want to tell me to
Well,
avoid?
I have the owner of the property was out of the country. I have a copy of his passport showing he was in Nicaragua at the time for an entire month. He did not know this was going on, which I understand is no defense to that. This was posted on the front door, and that was how we got our notice. The minute the caregiver of the property showed up, they gave it to us, and we immediately complied.
Well, who rented the dock?
I don't know the name. Apparently, the officer does know the name of the person there. I'm just an employee showing that he was not there, and if it was a violation, he took care of it. He told me within 12 hours. So I don't know how many times Officer Garcia went back to the property, but I was told he was cured it in 12 hours, even being out of the country.
Okay, well, I think it's important who rented the dock. Do you have that information?
The company that was operating the dock was called Nautical Ventures. As far as who rented the dock, I'm not sure. Let me just a second here. At the time that I was out at the property, I spoke with Mr. Antoine Wilms, and he was the one that he stated that he was renting the property from the owner.
Are you aware of that?
It must be true because that's the only way they could get on the property, I would think, because I don't think a company that looks like a mega yacht would do something that was illegal. But then again, they, from what I understand, had a display of boat toys and scuba gear. I don't know. I wasn't there. Mr. Garcia was there. He could probably tell you more about it. But it was cured immediately.
Okay.
And it has not reoccurred at all.
All right. Anything else from the city?
Not at this time.
All right. I am going to impose a fine of $3,500 and make sure it doesn't happen again.
All right. Thank you.
Your Honor, also the finding of fact for the other two
Yes.
violations.
Yes, there's a finding of fact that the violation existed.
Yeah, it was cured well within the time that was given by Mr. Garcia. And if you need a copy of his passport, if that makes any difference, I have that with the stamps that he was out of the country and did take care of it immediately.
Okay. All right. That's why I'm showing some leniency here. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Your Honor, just to advise, the finding of fact, the purpose of it is that the evidence that was submitted, the magistrate finds that there was a violation on the property, of which, if it happens again, it's going to constitute an immediate fine. So just let the property owner know, just in case for next year during the Fort Lauderdale Boat Show, let him know that what he's conducting on his property is illegal, and he will have immediate fines attached to his property if he does it again.
All right, rest assured, $3,500 is a good reminder.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 53. Inspector Gil Williams presenting case number CE 2405-0691, case address 1717 Northwest 7 Terrace, owner 1717. He left? Okay. Our next case, page 18. Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 24110287, case address 941 Southwest 19th Street, owner Kyle Meredith, posted at property 1925, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Good morning. This is Officer Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 24110287 for the property located at 941 Southwest 19th Street. This property was first inspected on November 12, 2024, and the following violations were observed. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover in the front yard and the swale area. 47-21.16.A, there are 2 tree stumps on this RS zoned property. 9-313A, the color of the address numbers blends with their background. It is not contrasting color. 9-308B, the roof is not being properly maintained. It's stained and or dirty. 47-21.15.A.1, 2 trees were removed without the necessary permit, a mahogany from the front yard and another from the swale. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 29, 2025. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 15 days to comply for violation 9-313A and 28 days for violations 9-305B, 9-308B, and 47-21.16.A, or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter.
Okay, 9-313 was $10 you're requesting?
$50 per day?
Okay. I mean 10 days. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
As for Section Code 47-21.15.A.1, the city is requesting 28 days to apply for after-the-fact permit, or a fine of $50 per day and an immediate fine of $300 for the removal of two trees without a permit. City is also requesting a mandatory appearance after 28 days.
Okay. State your name for the record.
Kyle Meredith.
Okay. Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the time frame that the city is requesting?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I would like an extension. I applied for the permit for the after-the-fact trees. The arborist was hired as far as the trees go, and although they were mahoganies, which I didn't know at the time, but apparently are more special or something.
Well,
but
let's do the 28 days. They've asked for an order to reappear, so you'll reappear on my February 27th docket, and if you've run into a problem with
Magistrate,
the permit...
I'm sorry. Sorry, Magistrate. Supervisor Brown, City of Fort Lauderdale. I know we did ask for the 28 days, but I do see that the permit is in the system. So if the magistrate's okay with it, we would request 56 days.
Okay. All right.
And then we can remove the mandatory reappearance because you should be able to get that all sorted out within 56 days since you already started the permit.
All right. 10 days to fix the numbers on the house because that's very important. Fire people need to find you. And 56 days for the permit and 28 days for everything else.
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning. Co-Manager Katrina Johnson for the City of Fort Lauderdale. My apologies. It's just something that we do when our court officers present their first case at a hearing, so we apologize.
Our next case is on page 51. Inspector Robert Kasarowicz and Inspector Carl Peterson, case number FC 23060015. Case address 17 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Owner, Thora Gallery at Beach Place, LLC. This case was first heard 8/31/23 to comply by 11/30/23. 4 suspensions noted on the agenda. Two sections not complied at $250 per day. Fines accrued of $63,000.
Good morning, Your Magistrate. Captain Robert Casarowicz, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office, for case FC 23060015 with property address 17 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. Violations are as listed in the agenda. This is a case where it's been ongoing for a long period of time. This property was in disrepair, and it was in need of new management to come in and to take over the property, which we did get. They have been working forward. The violation for the fire alarm system is under permit currently right now.
Okay.
That's going to be addressed. The issues with the fire sprinkler system that's in there, they cleared the violations that were on the previous report that were in there, and it was very subjective the way that the fire sprinkler contractor wrote his annual inspection report, in that he just stated that 80% of the fire sprinkler system within the scope of this work was going to need to be replaced because of the corrosion due to the proximity of the ocean and the salt air intrusion. They did pull permits and they got that done. However, by the time the work was completed, and as we said, this case is going on for a bit, they've had a new annual inspection that's been out on the property. And with that new annual inspection, there are 40 other violations that exist.
Oh, gosh.
So property management is here, along with representative for the ownership of the property, and I'm sure they'll be able to explain to you the timeframes that they're going to need in order to really finish this project up and come into compliance.
Please state your name for the record.
Hi, good morning, Your Honor. Steve Tilbrook with Ackerman and Blake Strands with Stiles Corporation.
Okay. All right. Tell me, how long are you going to need to get all this done?
We've talked with Captain Kasarowicz regarding a 56-day extension to chief compliance, so that's what we're requesting today.
Okay. Is that okay with?
The representation that I had from them was that the fire sprinkler work is probably going to be completed within maybe 10 days.
Yes, Your Honor. So with our mandatory deadline was November 5th, and the new installation of the sprinkler system was completed by that date, and the permit was signed off on by the fire department by that date. And then we just have to wrap up these last violations. The previous year inspection violations were all completed, and then we had to do a new annual, so we have another little punch list to knock out. I signed the contract while I was sitting in my chair here this morning and sent it back to the vendor. We're expecting to schedule that in the next week.
Okay.
So that will clear the green tag and green tag the system on the sprinkler. And then as far as the alarm system, this has been a multi-year, several million-dollar project with the Marriott Tower and Beach Place in conjunction, working together with ADT. They are in final pre-testing and final inspections with the fire department currently. We expect that to be wrapped up in the next couple of weeks. They're basically just in the last stages. We did have 4 change orders due to AHJ requests on that program, so we had to do permit revisions and just add a bunch to the system.
56 days.
Thank you.
All right.
And can the fines be abated during that period
Yes,
of time?
Can we do a stay of fines on that?
We'll stay the fines during that time.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very
All
much.
right, thank you.
Our next case, page 60. Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 24070514, case address 908 Southwest 7th Street, owner Michael John Robert Shaw and Erica Grisel Valencia. This case was first heard 11/12/24 to comply by 11/27/24. One section not complied at $50 per day, $3,200 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning. Senior Inspector Bernstein Sambert presenting case CE 24070514, property address 908 Southwest 7th Street. The following violation remain: 1812A complied. 9305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swell. I have been in contact with the property owner. He is aware. The gravel/rocks are not allowed on the swell after speaking with landscape department. Pre-hearing inspection revealed violation remain. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that shows violations as depicted. The city is requesting full imposition. The owner is here to kind of give a reason why he hasn't been able to remove the rocks from the swell.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Michael Robichaud.
Okay, and why isn't this property into compliance yet?
So we, obviously when the violation was initially cited, there was quite a lot of work to be done on the landscaping. We knew that. We purchased the property back in 21. When we started doing a renovation of the front landscape area, it wasn't realized at the time that the rocks would be a violation. So from the initial notice of violation, we've obviously taken significant steps to come into compliance, and it wasn't until
How much more time do you need?
I think 28 days would be sufficient.
Okay, any objection from the city?
No, just a still fine, 28 days. I believe, based on our conversation, the owner wanted to see if he's able to get a permit for it, which I told him as long as he's able to put a permit application in, we can grant him some more time, but he has to go through engineering to find out.
Magistrate, Magistrate, Supervisor Brown, City of Fort Lauderdale. Michael, were you planning on going the permitting route, or were you going to replace it with sod?
Well, we were discussing that, so we would prefer to keep the rocks
Okay.
if possible and do the permit. It just depending on the timeline and the 28 days sort of extension.
Magistrate, if you're okay with doing the 56 days, since he's planning on doing the permitting process.
Okay, I'm fine with that. All right, 56 days, and we'll suspend the fines during that time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a good day.
You too.
Our next case, page 66, Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 2403-0623, case address 1620 West State Road 84, owner William C. Morris, post number 36, American Legion, Inc. This case was first heard 8/29/24 to comply by 1/30/25. One section not complied at $100 per day. Fines start 1/31/25, and this is in order to reappear.
Senior Inspector Bernstein presenting case CE 2403-0623, property address 1620 West State Road 84. This property was cited for the following violation: 4722.9 complied, 4734.1.8.1. There is illegal land use occurring at this B2 zone property. There are food truck businesses called Venezuelan Fast Food, Carousel Barbecue operating without the required stationary mobile business tax receipt. There are chairs and tables being used for the business purposes which are prohibited accessory for mobile food trucks. Pre-hearing inspection revealed the following violations remain. Per city zoning department, it was to my not understanding that there was only 3 food trucks allowed at that property and no chairs and no tables. The city is not opposed to an extension. The attorney here is to speak in what's going on as far as the food trucks.
Good morning, Counselor.
Good morning, Andrew Shine representing the property owner. There are there's a second case to this as well, same food truck issue, it's just different folio numbers, so there are 2 cases. There are a couple of food trucks on the property. Some of them were able to get business tax licenses throughout this code case. Some were not. The ones that weren't, we are going to have to kick off the property, and we'd ask about 2 weeks to do that.
Okay, so 15 days, and I will suspend fines during that time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next case, page 67. Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 2403-0628, case address 1620 West State Road 84, owner William C. Morris, post number 36, American Legion, Inc. This case was first heard. On the bottom.
I'm sorry.
This case was first heard 9/26/24 to comply by 1/30/25. One section not complied at $100 per day. Fines start 1/31/25, and this is the request for extension.
Senior Inspector Bernstein Sambert presenting case CE 2403-0628, property address 1620 West State Road 84. Property was cited for the following violation: 4734.1.8.1 complied, 9304B complied, 18128 complied, 4719.5.D.5 complied, 47-19.2.HH.II.1 complied, 4734.1.8.1, there is illegal land use occurring at this B2 zone property, there is illegal storage consisting but not limited to plywood, chairs, and tables, containers, and items complied. 9305B complied. And the 4734.1.A for the food trucks.
You're in the wrong case.
Wrong case?
Yeah. It's the one ending in 628 is the one you should have done.
628?
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, the 4734.1.8.1, there is illegal land use occurring at this B2 zone property. There is a food trucks operating called French Touch without the required stationary mobile business tax receipt. There are chairs and tables being used for businesses purposes which are prohibited accessories for a mobile food truck. That violation remains. The city is not opposed to an extension.
Okay.
Good morning, Andrew Shine representing the property owner. Same situation as the other one.
All right, 15 days, and we'll suspend the fines.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 12, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 24100675, case address 1715 Southeast 10th Street, owner Lynn Levis Kaskengay and Raymond Kaskengay, posted at property 11325, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Good morning. Morning, Special Magistrate Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance presenting case number CE 24100675 for the property located at 1715 Southeast 10th Street. Inspection of the property was performed on October 30th and cited for the following violation. 9-05B was withdrawn. 472013G1. The soil area has been altered by adding artificial turf without obtaining a right-of-way improvement permit from the City of Fort Lauderdale. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPIB at first class mail October 30th, allowing 30 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the property owner. He's present with us today. Special Magistrate request form sent on December 4th and scheduled for today's Special Master. Pre-hearing inspection was done on January 28th, and the pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violation has not been brought into compliance. The city is requesting 28 days for compliance, or a daily fine of $50 for the violation that exists. Photos submitted into record for evidence.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Raymond Castonguay.
Okay, are you willing to bring the property into compliance within 28 days or face a fine of $50 a day?
I am not willing to do so, ma'am.
Okay, what is your reasoning?
The reason is basically I would like to have some kind of postponement of some nature because of the construction going on across the street from the property right now, and is my knowledge that this construction will be done by the end of June. Prior to doing this was a daily going out there just repairing everything from the fire trucks and everything else, from hitting gas lines, so on and so forth. So by the end of June, it is my understanding that the construction will be completed. At that point, I'd be more than happy to comply and bring it back to its compliance
Okay, how does
state.
the city feel about that?
Good morning, Magistrate. Code Manager Katrina Johnson for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The city would not grant a 6-month extension. However, to allow us time to get with, I'm assuming the work is being done by Public Works. I'm not sure because I don't know the community or the area, but give us some time to speak with our other department to see the time frame of what's being done in the area, if anything, because I'm not sure. But definitely, I would give a 56-day extension in the event that. And please leave your contact information with the code officer so that once we speak to Public Works, we can reach out and then find out if you're going to permit the process or just remove it altogether. Well, we want to communicate directly with you before you having to come back here.
So from my understanding of what you're saying, every 50 or the next 56 days, I would have to reappear.
You would have to reappear, but we want to do our due diligence on the city side to make sure that what we're asking you to do is going to be feasible for you. If we find that you need more time, we will ask for the extension from the city, and you may not have to reappear. Maybe.
Okay, all right. That's very acceptable.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 51, Inspector Robert Kasarowicz, case number FC 2406-0008, case address 9 Birch Road, owner Harbor House East Condo Association. This case was first heard 9/26/24 to comply by 12/5/24. One section not complied at $100 per day, $5,500 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Magistrate.
Good morning.
This was on 9 North Birch. Case number FC 24060008 for 9 North Birch Road. Property site in reference to NFPA 101 7.10.5.2.1. The exit signs do not illuminate as designed. This violation continues to accrue. The building has been under construction for a period of time now. Concrete restoration work that's been ongoing. All of the other violations from this case have come into compliance. We're just pending on this last one. Currently, right now, on the west side of the building, on the 2nd floor, the 4th floor, and the 5th floor, the exit signs are still missing. I imagine this is something that could probably be handled within a few hours with an electrician on site. So we do have a respondent. We'll let them explain why it's taken so long for this property to come into compliance with this last violation.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Matthew Good on behalf of the association.
Okay.
With respect to this work, yes, they had an electrician that was planned to be there last week to do this work. I understand that got held up. They are scheduled to do that work tomorrow to bring the property into compliance. As Captain Kasarowicz did indicate, they are going through a lot of concrete restoration. It's a 29-unit building, large special assessment, so they are managing a very large project right now and trying to get as much as they can done. Not that that's ultimately an excuse for this timing, but ultimately this work is scheduled to be done in compliance as of tomorrow. So we are looking for a very short extension just to bring the property in compliance and avoid and abate these fines.
Okay. What's the city's position?
If you want to go ahead and
10
do
days?
10 days on it,
Okay.
and then once this property does come into compliance, if they want to come back and discuss the fines, then they can at that time.
Okay. That's fair to me. 10 days, and we'll suspend the fines during that time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next case, page 48, Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 241106333, case address 1400 Southwest 15th Avenue, owner New River Haven Corp., posted at property 11125, posted at 1 East Broward 11625. Which one? 1400. All right, thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 241106333, property address 1400 Southwest 15th Avenue. This property was initially inspected on November 27, 2024, and the following violation was observed. 15-281A, there is operation of a vacation rental with an expired certificate of compliance at this location. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Saturday, January 25, 2025, and the following violation remains. 15-281A, as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 15 days to comply or a fine of $250 per day thereafter to be imposed.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Hi, good morning, Tabitha Bryant. I've spoken with Mr. Oakes. We have everything that we need to get in compliance. We're missing one thing. The 15 days should be sufficient.
Okay, thank you very much. 15 days or $250 a day. Make sure you contact the inspector if you run into a problem.
Yes, thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 58, Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 23090799, case address 430 Royal Plaza Drive, owner Jonah Spector and Laura Spector. This case was first heard 2/29/24 to comply by 10/6/24. One suspension from 11/12/24 to 11/22/24. One section complied at $100 per day. $3,300 accrued. The city is requesting $801.
Senior Inspector Bernstein Sambert, presenting case CE 23090799, address 430 Royal Plaza Drive. As of today, property is in compliance. Just a brief history on this property, Magistrate. The property was cited back on September 28, 2023, and he went to the Special Magistrate in February 29, 2024. Based on the ordinance that the city has, we cited them under. The 365 days would start from the beginning when they were cited, which was back in September. Mr. Jonas and his wife has been very cooperative. They went through the permit process. Unfortunately, he came back on November 12 requesting an extension, which he did get 10 days of extension, and they did comply within that 10 days. The fines did run a little bit because, as I mentioned, the fines start from the beginning of September, and we had the hearing in February. So they completed the permit and they completed the seawall, but they did incur some fines, so the city is requesting $801.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Jonas Spector.
Okay. Are you in agreement with the reduction of fines from $3,300 to city cost of $801?
No.
That's why we're here. We would request mitigation to zero. As Bernstein had mentioned, we were very compliant the whole process. We also believe that we really should have never been in this loop in the first place because we had already been in the process with a contractor prior to the first citation, and that's why we were really compliant. We just said here we already have signed contracts and things like that. We were already working with a major contractor, Cripps, to do the dock and seawall, as well as the Chappelle Group as our engineering team. So it was really more a matter of the fact that there was a lot of delays attributed to the barges and the demand on the contractors that we didn't complete the process by the given date, but we really did because the date was completed as of the November date. There was a lot of ambiguity in the documents that you guys had sent to us. There's a January letter stating that we had 365 from January. We also have another letter that says we have February 29th that says you have 365 days from this date to complete the project. We were very compliant the whole way through. Like I said, the first citation that we got, it said that we had 60 days to make progress on the seawall, which we did that as well. So in that letter, it even stated that as long as you do something substantial within 60 days, that you won't have a hearing, but we still, for some reason, had a hearing. So we believe that there was some kind of mistake along the way, and I don't know how we ended up in this situation, but this is our third hearing, and it's taken a lot of time out of our days, and we've been very compliant. Like I said, there was the seawall breaches all over town in September of 2023. We were just one cog in that wheel during the king tides and the harvest moon.
Mm-hmm. Anything else from the city?
No.
Magistrate, for the record, Katrina Johnson, Co-Compliance Manager for the record. The 801 is not a reduction of fines, just so that we're clear. Those are the administrative costs of prosecution of the case. So it's for hearings as well as inspections that the code officer had to do with the property.
Right, and as I mentioned, we don't even believe that we should have been involved in any hearings in the first place because that first letter that we have here in our hand says that if you comply within 60 days, that there won't be a hearing, but for some reason we still had a hearing, and we did tell Bernstein that we complied within the 60 days. He was aware, but for some reason we got stuck in this loop.
Yeah, we had a signed contract with Cripps.
That doesn't equal compliance. A signed contract doesn't equal compliance.
I know, but they had already
violation.
Right. I understand, but they had already gone through the process of permitting and engineering.
We had applied with the county within the 60-day time frame. We submitted with the county 3 weeks prior to the January 19th notice, and Bernstein also was aware of that. We, like I said, we applied with the county in December of 2028, and the 60 days was supposed to start in January, which is 2 months after that. So we're very confused as to how this timeline is working right now.
Okay. Anything else from the city?
Just for clarification, on like Jonas said, in November we signed the contract. On December 28th, actually, the environmental resource license was applied through Broward County Resilient Environment Department. On December 30th, the permit application was submitted by the seawall contractor for review, and then we got a January letter indicating that we should submit within 60 days. So I think there was a disconnect in the documentation. It was already completed.
The city will waive the cost.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Have a nice day.
You too.
Our next case, page 68. Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 2406-0505, case address 226 Southwest 20th Street, number 4. Owner James Abbott. This case was first heard 9/26/24 to comply by 1/30/25. 2 sections not complied at $50 per day. Fines start 1/31/25, and this is in order to reappear.
Good morning, Magistrate Inspector Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2406-0505. The address is 226 Southwest 20th Street. Case was first heard on September 26, 2024, where the magistrate found for the city, giving 10 days to comply, or a fine of $250 per day. An inspection was conducted August 8, 2024, and the violations remain. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines, but for section 47-20.20H, there is a permit on file right now that was applied for December 18th, 2024 to address the parking facility because they're going to redo and resurface the whole parking facility. And the owner is here to speak.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
James Abbott.
Okay, you filed the permit. How much time do you think you need?
Well, I was speaking with Mr. Santos. He said that 56 days should do it from the time that the permits are.
Okay, and the landscaping, you're waiting till the parking is completed to do that, I guess.
Yes.
Okay.
I hope
All
so.
right, 56 days, and I will suspend the fines during that time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 24, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 2405-0046, case address 1843 Lauderdale Manor Drive, owner WSC Coastline Properties, LLC, posted at property 11525, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Exantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 2405-0046. Property address 1843 Lauderdale Manor Drive. This property was first inspected on May 2nd, 2024, and the following violations were observed. Violation 9-280H1 is complied. Violation 47-21.16.8 is complied. Violation 9-306 is complied. Violation 9-305A is complied. Violation 9-304B is in compliance as well. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swell area. Violation 18-12A is in compliance. Violation 9-306, violation 9-363 is complied. At this time, the city, a notice of hearing was posted on the property on January 15, 2025. And the pre-hearing inspection was conducted in January 24, 2025, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $100 for each day thereafter.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Arthur Bartholomew, property owner.
Okay, looks like you did a good job of getting most of these complied. Just one left is 28 days. Can you agree to bring the landscaping into compliance during that time?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much for your cooperation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 7, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 24090346, case address 448 Northwest 21st Avenue, owner Frank Orphy, posted at property 11825, posted at 1 East Broward 11625. Okay, thanks.
Good morning, Vanessa Willis for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Co-Compliance presenting case CE 240-90346 for property located at 448 Northwest 21st Avenue. This property was first inspected on September 15, 2024, and given time to correct for the following violations. Violation 18-12A, complied. With this particular case, it was a repeat violation, and the reference case is CE 230-40162. The city is requesting $300 for the 6 days of noncompliance at $50 a day. Also, violation 47-21.9.m, not in compliance. Sections of this vacant lot have no lawn cover or grass as required. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 29, 2025, and violation 47-21.9.m has not been complied as depicted on the photos. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter for the violation 18-12A.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Frank Orphy. I am the owner of the vacant lot.
Okay. Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 28 days?
The agreement is not the issue here, Your Honor. This property was leased to Mancini and Sons. They was doing the underground utilities up until December. They left a lot of, so they abandoned the property as of December, and then they left a lot of equipment on the swell area. And I contacted them about it. They said they still was working in the area, all right? They were still working in the area, so the equipment would eventually be removed based on what they're doing in the area. Now, Vanessa, the code enforcement Vanessa, contacted me in reference to the property. So I immediately sent my guys over there to cut the grass, all that. Now, there's no irrigation on the property. There's no irrigation on the property. We have no rain. So they want me to put grass, sod in the area where if I put it there, it'd be a waste of money because it's going to die right away because we haven't had rain in months. So in order for me to bring this property to comply, I have to wait till around April when we start having rain.
Okay, anything else?
Excuse me, Your Honor. Hi, good morning. Supervisor Cloyne with the City of Fort Lauderdale. Just for the record, the repeat violation was actually $50 a day for a fine amount of $300 for the total for the repeat, and the 28 days or the $100 was for just the missing grass. As far as the grass, as what he's talking about, first of all, the swale was abated, so there was a lot of stuff over there. It was removed. However, then the fence was installed, so we couldn't abate that, obviously, so that's why we're here today, and that's why she's asking for the fines, because it is a repeat on the missing grass.
But the abatement had nothing to do with me. That was Miss Senior and Son. That was their equipment. They was doing the underground utilities in the area.
The abatement was already done, so we're not discussing that today. We're
Yeah,
discussing
but you still
just the
charging me
missing
for the
grass
abate-
inside
You're still charging me for
the
the
fencing
abatement, though.
area.
You're still charging me for the abatement, though, right? Because that's equipment that was left by the company that was hired by the city of Fort Lauderdale to do the underground utilities in the
Right,
area.
which you entered, as you said, into a lease arrangement, so I assume they were paying you for...
Yeah, but once again, they were still working in the area. So this goes on all over town.
Yeah, but
Because I've leased a lot of vacant lots to them,
Okay.
and they'll store their equipment on the lot, and they're still...
So
there's
it would
no-
be real helpful when I start to speak if you stop, okay? It looks like the $300 fine is for trash, rubbers, and debris as a repeat. Am I on the, and the vacant lot is what you're asking for 28 days.
Correct. The repeat is, so the swale area was already done. We're not talking about that. We're talking about inside the fence, which cannot be abated, obviously, if it's fenced. So the repeat violation for that is for the 6 days that it was out of compliance. It was complied. For 6 days of non-compliance. It was complied on January 3rd. So it was $50 a day for the 6 days for a total of $300.
Okay, and that has nothing to do with where the equipment was laid?
No.
Okay, all right, so the way repeat violations work is that, you get an opportunity to correct it, and then there's a finding of fact that's entered, and then if it happens again, it comes back as a repeat violation. So if it happens again, then you end up with an automatic fine. That's why there's a $300 fine on the overgrowth, trash, rubbers, and debris. The section of the vacant lot that there's no grass cover, I'll give you a little more time on that, 56 days or $100 a day thereafter, okay?
May I ask the supervisor?
Certainly.
If I put mulch in there, would that comply with your, because that's what was recommended to me. I put mulch, and that still was not satisfactory to you.
You can mulch around the area underneath a tree, underneath the drip line, but the grass has to be added into all the other areas.
Okay.
What's the purpose of putting grass when there's no rain?
All right, well, this is what I'm telling you. I'm giving you 56 days to straighten it out. If you run into a problem, you can always ask for an extension, but we can't keep this going. You may have to go out and water.
This is professionalism, ma'am. Thank you for your day.
Yes.
Our next case, page 45, Inspector Gail Williams presenting case number CE 2411-0386, case address 1024. Page 45, Inspector Gail Williams presenting case number CE 24090042. I'm sorry, that's the case number on the bottom. Case number CE 24110386, case address 1024 Northwest 5th Avenue. Owner Leonore Jules, posted at property 1825, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Good morning. Senior Officer Gail Williams presenting on behalf of previous officer Carrie Tullis for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 24110386, address 1024 Northwest 5th Avenue. This case was first cited on November 14th, 2024 for the following violations. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts including fascia soffits are in disrepair. There are areas of exterior that have stains and missing and peeling paint. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 18-4C has complied. 9-304B, there are vehicles/trailers parked on the grass/lawn area. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swell. 9-280H, parentheses 1, the fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 27, 2025, and violation 9-306, 9-305B, 9-304B, and 18-12A, and 9-280H1 remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days for 9-304B and 18-12A, or a daily fine of $100 per day per violation, and 28 days for violation 9-306, 9-305B, and 9-280H1, or a daily fine of $100 per violation per day thereafter.
The 10-day one, what are you asking for the fine?
I'm sorry, $100 per day
Okay,
for each violation thereafter.
okay. All right, sir, please state your name for the record.
This is Leo Jules.
Okay, are you willing to bring the property into compliance within the time frame the city is requesting?
Well, the only thing that is not in compliance is I have somebody pressure clean the property, and we're going to repaint it, but everything else, we took care of them.
Okay, so these time limits should be okay then. All right. 28 days on the building walls and the landscape, 10 days to remove the vehicles in the trailer parked on the grass, 10 days for overgrowth, trash, and rubbish, and 28 days for the fence repair.
Well, all of them have been taken care of except for
Wonderful.
painting
This will
the-
give her a chance to go out and re-inspect, okay?
Yes, please, send somebody.
All right, thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 56, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 24070772, case address 801 Northwest 2nd Street, owner 801 Northwest 2nd Street, LLC. This case was first heard 9/10/24 to comply by 9/20/24 and 11/12/24. 5 sections complied at $100 per day for a total of $3,200. The city is requesting the full amount. Grand total $58,100.
Good morning, Officer Vanessa Willis, presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale. For the case number CE 24070772, address 801 Northwest 2nd Street. The case was first cited on July 30th, 2024 for the following violations. Violation 18-12A, complied. Violation 47-19.1.E, complied. Violations 47-34.4.A.1, complied. Violation 18-4.C, complied. Violation 9-305A, complied. Violation 47-34.1.A.1, complied. The violations per the previous case, CE 190-31624. Give me one moment. I'm sorry. Okay, so it was a repeat violation, and so I'm referring to the previous case, CE 190-31624, in which now there is compliance. Violation 9-305B, complied. Violation 9-306, complied. Violation 9-363, complied, and violation 24-27B, complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 29, 2025, and all violations are in compliance as depicted in the photos, and the city is requesting that the full amount be imposed.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Wayne Freeman.
I'm Alex Penaranda.
Okay, why did it take so long?
Yes, so the last magistrate meeting that we were here for, well, not us, but the previous owner. These violations came with the previous owner, and your magistrate was gracious to give an extension because they were dealing with a lot of hardship with this property. I mean, they were dealing with a ton for years for this property, and we were able to purchase the property and also get this underway. Now, as soon as we took ownership of the property, we started immediately on all these violations. I actually was in correspondence with the previous code officer, Marco, sent him everything. So it was to my surprise that these fines had popped up this month is when I learned about it. So we're just requesting, I believe Alex, who's overseeing the property now, met with the code officer on Friday, where they were able to straighten away everything. And we're just requesting that, this kind of gets put away.
Okay, why weren't you aware when you purchased the property that there were fines?
No, we were. Well, when we took over the property, we were granted an extension. The previous owner was granted an extension, so no fines. They were granted, I believe it was a 64 extension for all violations and 15 days for the section to be cleared out, which was done. We sent that to Marco. For whatever reason, it wasn't cleared out in our system. I no longer oversee the property. Alex oversees the property, so that there was, I guess, a little bit of miscommunication, or I don't know, some things fell through the cracks, but all violations were taken care of. We represent Mayfair. Every time we get any type of city violation, we have a good reputation of getting these things done to avoid fines like this. So, our request is that this is brought to zero, because the owner has inherited a lot of issues with this property, dealing with a lot of homelessness in that area. I mean, I could tell you stories, but just to kind of save you the headache, we don't think he should inherit this huge fine.
Okay, so this is being passed on to the seller?
The buyer.
Who's going to pay the fines?
It would be the owner. So we represent Mayfair. We're the property management company for the owner. Yeah.
So the new ownership. I just want to say that as soon as I get the notification from the code officer, I get in contact with her and cure whatever was missing on the paperwork in a couple of days. So we weren't aware, to tell you the truth, that we have all these fines or violations before.
Okay, anything else?
Well, I just want to say that upon purchasing the property, I believe that you went to closing and you were aware that there were violations on the property, so you kind of inherit whatever stays with the folio.
Agreed.
And so you also still have the administrative costs for each time that we've had to go out to the property to check to see if there was compliance or to post notices as well. So there's still also a $580 administrative cost that has been attached to the case.
Okay. Well, again, I know that you have been corresponding with Alex. Prior to that, I was corresponding with Marco, and I would send him updates on everything. To be honest with you, I didn't really get a lot of responses from Marco. I don't know where he's at. But once we did receive that list of violations, we did attend to them immediately after closing. I know that the few that were left when you met with Alex were one for the Lauderbill registration, which we done in like 10, 15 minutes online. And then there were like two other items that were pertaining to landscaping that we immediately done. So again, once we receive these violations, we tend to jump on them immediately. I just would request that this kind of gets put to bed with zero fines.
So, Your Honor, just for the record, Ronald Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office, just for purpose of clarity, the property was purchased by the corporate property owner a day after the violations were heard.
Correct.
On 9/11. So some of these violations were not complied. One was complied. Some were complied immediately, no fines, but the ones that have the fines, December and then January. Do you have a date that you complied the rental application? Because that's the one that has the largest fine, and as you said, it takes like 5 or 10 minutes, but it shows you were out of compliance for 126 days.
That was Friday, January 24th, when it went online.
And the property has been vacant since, so we have not rented the property.
Good morning, Code Manager Katrina Johnson for the City of Fort Lauderdale. I do remember speaking with you at the last hearing, and they did purchase the property immediately after, a day before after the violations, and I do believe that in good faith they remedied all these violations, so the city is fine with admin costs.
Okay. All right, what are the admin costs?
Admin cost is at $580.
Okay, so we'll reduce the fine from $58,100 to admin costs of $580. You
I'll
got a
take it.
gift.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Our next case, page 53, Inspector Gail Williams presenting case number CE 2403-0224. Case address 1470 North Dixie Highway, owner Wisteria Court Condo Association, Inc. This case was first heard 6/27/24 to comply by 7/7/24, 7/12/24, 7/25/24, and 9/26/24. One suspension from 9/26/24 to 12/5/24. Two sections complied at $100 per day, $4,400 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning. Senior Officer Gail Williams presenting on behalf of previous Officer Carrie Toulis for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Presenting case CE 2403-0224, address 1470 North Dixie Highway. As of today, all violations have complied, and the city is requesting a full amount to be imposed.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Dale Clappison.
Okay, sir, why did it take so long to comply?
So we had a ton of work to do here. We did a $700,000 special assessment. We had concrete restoration, painting, the fencing, just a ton of stuff. So it was really the delays were just in scheduling the various projects to get done.
Okay. It looks like you got most of it done timely,
Yeah, it's been a pain.
except for the hallways and the corridors, which shouldn't have taken that long.
Any reduction would be welcome.
Okay. I'll reduce it to $1,200.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 58, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 2402-0390, case address 2512 Laguna Drive, owner Forrest E. Patton Revocable Trust. This case was first heard 8/29/24 to comply by 10/24/24. One section complied at $100 per day, $2,100 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning, Magistrate. Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2402-0390, address 2512 Laguna Drive. Case was heard on August 29, 2024, where the magistrate found for the city, giving 56 days to comply by or a fine of $100 per day. Case was heard again November 12, 2024, where a special magistrate Flynn denied an extension. An inspection was conducted on October 23, 2024, and found the violation remained. The city is asking for the full imposition of fine. At this time, the property is complied as of November 12th, 2024.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Cesar Borgio. I'm the contractor for the property. I'm here representing Forrest Patton.
Okay,
Yeah.
why did it take so long to get the permit done?
Yeah, we when we were here the last time we were here, we were given 56 days to comply. The owner went go ahead and hire a landscape architect, and by the time we get the drawings and everything submitted to the city, which was submitted on 9/23/2024, it didn't get approved on the 10/23/24, which is the day before the due day. And I've been speaking with the building official, Bernstein, and I told him I have a problem. I'm not getting the permit on time to get this job done. And he says, I see that it's in the process. Don't worry about it. Just do what you can. And I've been talking to him through the whole time. And I asked him, what do I need to do? Do I need to call anybody else? He says, no, don't worry about it. Just wait for your permit. I got the permit on the 23rd, and then as soon as we got the permit, we did the work. We got it inspected. It got approved, and so I don't know why
You got the permit on the 23rd.
The 23rd, yes.
You were supposed to comply by
On
the
the
24th.
24th, yes.
Why did it take 21 days to get the work done?
It didn't take 21 days to get the work done. Actually, there were some trees that the city requested that they weren't seasoned for it. They took few days to get it. And I spoke with the inspector and I told him, and when the inspector comes and said, he's like, I know those trees are right now is impossible to get. We got some, we got them, and we were able to put it in and get inspection. That's why it took so long, because of those trees that the city has requested to use those trees, because the ones that the architect designed, they weren't approved by the city.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
No, ma'am.
All right. I'll reduce the fine to $550.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 40. Inspector Manuel Garcia presenting case number CE 2402-0274, case address 1219 Northeast 4th Avenue, owner 1237 Church of Light, LLC, posted at property 1825, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 2402-0274 in reference to the property 1219 Northeast 4th Ave. This property was cited on February 10, 2024 for the following violations. Section 18-1, there's graffiti at this property that's creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such manner that the property may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. This is a repeat violation in reference to case number CE 2305-0416. That was cited at 1237 Northeast 4th Avenue with the same ownership as per BCPA. Fines were to begin accruing immediately until the violation has been complied. Subject repeat violation complied on February 21st, 2024 with an accrual of fines of $300 per day for 11 days. Section 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris at this property. This is a repeat violation in reference to the case number CE 2305-0416, cited at 1237 Northeast 4th Avenue with the same ownership as per BCPA. Fines were to begin accruing immediately until the violation was complied. The subject repeat violation complied on March 13, 2024 with an accrual of fines of $300 per day for 32 days. Section 9-313 has complied. Section 18-8, parentheses A, the subject property has been boarded without first obtaining a board-up certificate with the City of Fort Lauderdale. Please refer to the photos submitted as evidence for the finding of fact. At this time, the City is requesting the imposition of fines for the repeat violations under Section 18-1 and 18-12A to the sum of $12,900 and 15 days to comply with Section 18-8, parentheses A, or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
How many days did you ask for the boarding permit?
15.
15 or 100? Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Carlos Garcia Velez.
Okay. Why did this take so long?
Well, good morning, Your Honor, first of all. And the issue with let's address the graffiti first. This is a problem that we have people trespassing on the property and doing the graffiti, and it's immediately taken care of. To say that we're repeat offenders would imply that we're doing the graffiti ourselves. So if somebody paints our building, we go and clean it up. I mean, the building doesn't look like that today. I don't know if you have pictures. I have pictures of what it looks like today. So
the violation is complied.
Right.
The fact that you have vandalism is a problem, but it's your problem.
I understand,
property
Your
owner
Honor.
has the responsibility to keep up their property. If you have criminal activity on the property, report it to the police, do what you need to do. But it's your responsibility to keep the property up to compliance. And you get a lot of shots there. They've issue the violation, then there's a recurring violation, then there's a repeat violation, and then you get fined.
No, but the violation is issued and we take care of it immediately. And the issue is, Your Honor, we have that property is on a maintenance schedule every 15 days. So if you looked up the pictures today, which I have them today, it doesn't look anything like that. It looks clean and everything. Now, the big issue that we have is with the boarding, right? That's something that we have to address. And there was a misunderstanding when they first went to do the boarding, because they were under the impression that they had to provide the city with a plan for the property. Now, we've had several management changes. We've had several different plans for the property. Some have been for development, other have been for joint venture, and that's not everybody's responsibility but ours. So what we'd like you to do is apply for the permitting for the boarding, get that taken care of, and then if you could, abate the fines and have us come back with compliance with everything else, and then if, we'll ask to join the amnesty program, and that would satisfy everyone, I believe.
Okay, anything else from the city?
Your Honor, just wanted to note that this case has been going since February of last year. And just granted, they are repeat violations. The boarding certificate is just something that needs to be filed with the zoning department. Doesn't take very long.
Okay, I'm going to grant 15 days for the boarding certificate, and I'm going to order a fine of $12,900 for the repeat violations of 18-1 and 18-12.
So, Your Honor, we're getting a $12,000 violation for trash and graffiti.
No, you're getting a $12,000. We're not communicating here. You're
No,
getting
I'm
a
not understanding
$12,000 violation because it's a repeat violation, and you've known about it, and it continues to happen. That's why the fine is automatic. Otherwise, you can come before me. It's your first time. I give you a break. But when it's a repeat violation, the fine is automatic. You were probably told that at the last hearing.
No, Your Honor, this is my first time at the hearing. And my question to you is, again, we go back. If somebody dumps something on our property and we immediately take care of it, that's maintenance in our position, right? We're taking care of the property. If somebody graffitis the property and we paint it, and what happens if...
Yeah, I don't know the timing of this.
So, Your Honor, is it possible...
You're telling me, I thought you said it was a 15... You do it every 15 days. So
we do, Your Honor.
Yeah, but sometimes the people come, you have to monitor the property more often if you're having a problem.
We will do that, Your Honor. We will. My question to you, is there a possibility that we could enter the amnesty program?
Well, you'll have to get information in the back there, but yes, you can.
Thank you.
The amnesty.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Our next case, page 23. Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 24040717, case address 1518 Northwest 14th Street, owner H. Wesley Johnson Revocable Trust, posted at property 11525, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Exensis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 24040717. Property address 1518 Northwest 14th Street. This property was first inspected in April 24, 2024, and the following violations were observed. Violation 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts included fascia boards and building walls have rusted, stained, and dirty. There are areas of the exterior that have stained and missing peeling paint. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and walk-up appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the soil area. This is a repeat violation per previous case CE 22-010689. Fine will begins to accrue immediately and schedule for a special magistrate hearing whether or not the property is brought into compliance prior to the special magistrate. Violation 9-304B, parking on the lawn dirt surface prohibited. There's a trailer parked on the grass lawn area. This is also a repeat violation per previous case CE 2201-0689. Fines will begin to accrue immediately and scheduled for a special magistrate, whether or not the case is brought to compliance prior to the special magistrate. Violation 47-34.1.8.1. There's illegal land use occurring at this property, There's outdoor storage, including but not limited to tables, chairs, mirrors, wood, and other miscellaneous items. This is not permitted per DULDR of this RS8 zone single family residence. This is also a repeat violation per previous case CE 2201-0689, and fines will begin to accrue immediately and scheduled for a special magistrate hearing whether or not the case is brought to compliance prior to the special magistrate. Violation 18-12A, there's tree leaves, tree branches, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property or its well. This is a repeat violation per previous case CE 2201-0689. Fines will begin to accrue immediately and scheduled to a special magistrate, whether or not the case is brought to compliance prior to the special magistrate. Violation 9-280H1. The wooden fence at this property is not properly maintained. There are areas of the fence that are in disrepair. The fence has fallen with broken and missing sections. Your Honor, this is a repeat violation, and a total of 9 inspections were conducted on the property for these following violations: violation 9-305B, violation 9-304B, and violation 18-12A. This is a total of 9 re-inspection. The city is requesting $100 for each violation to be imposed and to continue to accrue until the property is brought into compliance. And for violation 9-306 and violation 9-280H1, the city is requesting 21 days to comply or a fine of $100 for each day thereafter.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Yes, my name is Jamar Bruton on behalf of GBA. I'm representing the property owner, Wesley Johnson. So Wesley Johnson is an elderly gentleman. He fell sick and fell ill last year. This is the reason why these items are not in compliance. We were recently retained this past Tuesday by his son, Justin Johnson, in order to get these items in compliance and help them with this case. Some of those items have actually already been addressed as of this week, and we're just requesting an extension due to the health circumstance of the property owner.
Okay, and what about the repeat violations that fines have accrued on?
He's, like I said, he's the property owner. This is a rental property, so normally he was on top of these things, making sure that he had those violations previously, obviously, but he was committed to being on top of these things to make sure that they didn't happen again, but due to the health circumstance, this is the situation that he's in.
Okay. So, Your Honor, Ronald Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office for the record. So this particular property owner owns about 20 properties.
Yes.
In Fort Lauderdale, and obviously we are certainly mindful when folks fall into health circumstances, but it's a rental, and as you can see, the original pictures were from April of last year, so they've had, almost 10 months to do something about the appearance, and I'm glad to hear that there's a management company, but the trust has a number of properties both in Fort Lauderdale and Oakland Park.
Okay. Anything else from the city?
Yes, Your Honor. So just for the record, just want to state that violation 9-305B has accrued a total of $900, and violation 9-304B has accrued a total of $900, and violation 47-34.1.8.1 has accrued a total of $900. violation 18-12A, has accrued a total of $900. The city is requesting those fines to be imposed and to continue to accrue until compliance is met. And just a quick correction for violation 9-306 and violation 9-280H1, the city is requesting 28 days to comply, or a fine of $100 for each day thereafter.
Okay. All right, for 9-308, 306, 9-306, and 9-280, 28 days or $100 a day thereafter.
Okay.
And for the repeat violations, I'm going to take into consideration his poor health, but this has gone on for a year.
Understood.
And so it's really his responsibility, and I'm glad that he's finally taking some responsibility in hiring the management company.
It's to be honest, it's not even. It's his son who's taking charge now because he's not able to.
Okay.
So his son came in town recently, and that's who's hired us.
All right, so I will do $450 per violation. And please make sure this doesn't happen again, because you're going to be in the same position.
Understood.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 6, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 24110045, case address 105 Northeast 16 Terrace, owner 105 Northeast 16 Terrace, LLC, posted at property 1825, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Officer Jean-Claude Noel with the City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case number CE 2411045 for property located at 105 Northeast 16 Terrace. This property was first inspected on 11/4/2024 and was given time for correction for the following violations. 4734.4.A.1 complied. 47-19.4 Delta.1 complied. 47-20.20H. There are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. There are potholes, oil stains, and no striping and discoloration at this property. For the driveway, 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 29, 2025. For the following violations that I have not complied will be 9-305B. The city is requesting 28 days to comply, or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter for this violation. And the city is requesting 84 days to comply with the fine, for a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter for 47-20.20H. I spoke with Mr. Percy, the gentleman up front, a new property owner. He is working on getting a permit and fixing all the properties at the location. He's been very proactive, and he's willing to do the work.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Percy Kwong.
Okay. Are you in agreement with the time limits?
So the 28 days, I'm just sorry, I'm not familiar with which.
For the grass, the area we talked about by the swale?
Yes, absolutely.
28 days for that and 84 days for the parking area.
Yes, so the 28 days would also be for the rest of the landscaping as well, yes?
So 28 days for that, the landscaping, the grass, anything that you need to replace there, and the 84 days is for the driveway.
Absolutely. I just wanted to say that I would have probably had the driveway work under at least permitted by now, but I had called 3 contractors. All 3 showed up, gave me estimates, and then decided not to take the call after the estimate.
Our next case, page 46. Inspector Gail Williams presenting case number CE 24110463. Case address 1134 Northeast 1st Avenue. Owner Vital Ventures LLC. Posted at property 1925. Posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Senior Officer Gail Williams presenting on behalf of previous officer Carrie Toulis for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Presenting case CE 24110463, address 1134 Northeast 1st Avenue. This case was first cited on November 19, 2024 for the following violations. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Violation 9-304B, the asphalt driveway at this property is not being maintained. The surface has cracks and or damaged areas, and it is stained with dirt or oil. Violation 25-5, there are stones placed in the right-of-way. Violation 47-18.47.8. This property has been identified as a community residence on this RD15 property. They have not registered with the Department of Sustainability. Development with the City of Fort Lauderdale. Violation 9-363 has complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 27, 2025. The violation 9-305B, 9-304B, 25-B, and 47-18.47A remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days for violation 9-305B, 9-304B, and 25-5, or a daily fine of $200 per violation per day thereafter, and 10 days for violation 47-18.47.8, or a daily fine of $500 per day thereafter.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Shelly Ann Campbell.
Okay, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the time that the city's requesting?
So we've already remedied some of the issues. The swale area has been addressed. The driveway's been addressed. So I think we're fine. I just want a little bit of clarity on the other one that remains open.
Okay.
Oh, and I also registered as a rental. I believe that was the registration process?
That's the one that was complied for as the rental, the landlord agreement, but
Right,
the
I
other
did
one
that one.
hasn't. I'm sorry.
The one for but we corrected the driveway and the grass area too.
Okay, so what we'll do with that is we'll give the 28 days so she'll have a chance to go out and re-inspect it. So if there's any issues, you can rectify it during those 28 days, okay?
Okay.
All right, now, the community residents, do you understand that you have to register with the Department of Sustainable Development?
Sure, we can do that. I mean, I think when we got the violation, that's not what it said, but it's that's the issue, that it's a community residence.
Yes, the property has been identified as a community residence.
Okay.
The property is leased you're leasing the property to another company.
Correct.
That is housing residents for different services.
Okay.
So that's the one that's still out of compliance.
So we need to register, or the tenant does?
You are the property owner.
Okay. All right, no problem.
So 10 days to do that, and then there's stones placed in the right-of-way. Has that been taken care of? Yes. Okay.
Everything else has been taken care of.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so we'll do 28 days on those. Give her a chance to come out and re-inspect, okay?
Okay.
And you might want to coordinate with her so that if there is a problem, you'll know what it is on the spot, okay?
Okay, we'll take care of
Your Magistrate, Supervisor Lord, City of Fort Lauderdale. For the 47-18, we would also request a cease and desist. The reason being that this property has been identified as a nuisance to the neighborhood. So we would like to include that into the order. We receive almost daily complaints in relation to this property. So we would like to include the cease and desist in the order, if possible.
May I speak on that comment?
Sure, certainly.
Can we get the details about who's reporting?
Well, we do have a Karen in the.
That's probably not the right term. So we do have someone in the neighborhood who has interest in the property and has a problem. It's never come to this level before, but this is the first time. So for our purposes, we'd like to get details about who's reporting because
If you'd like, I'm sorry, Katrina Johnson, Co-Compliance Manager for the City of Fort Lauderdale. You can send an email to either myself or the supervisor, and it's public record, so we will provide that information.
Perfect. And then also, I mean, there are other things in the neighborhood that, I mean, we've identified that, I mean, some of the challenges that we have, other neighbors have it. I'm just curious as to why we're getting a violation and everybody else isn't.
So the property came into our office as a complaint.
Okay.
And our job as code officers, the entire division is we respond to complaints.
Okay.
And so when the supervisor went out to the property, he met with whomever's running the property, and we identified several concerns at the property, including building, and I'm quite certain you should by now by now that you also have a building enforcement case as well that will probably be heard at a later date because it's not our division. So there are several concerns at the property, and that's why you're here today.
Okay.
And I would also like to add, also, there has been 4 service calls to the police department that you can check with them as well. You can get that record. The first one was on June 24th, 2024, November 2nd, November 16th, and November 17th of 2024.
Service call meaning somebody called for an ambulance or police?
Correct.
But isn't that covered by property taxes? I mean, why is that special from everybody else?
That's part of the evidence that there is a facility being run out of that property where people are being transported for medical services.
That is impossible. I mean, literally impossible. Like, literally impossible that because somebody called the police that there's a service run out of that property. I mean...
It's also with communication with the residents that are residing inside of the property as well.
So is there like a limit on people calling 911?
No, there's no limit.
No.
That's not what we're saying. Basically, all of this information was obtained to make sure that the city understands what is occurring at this residential property.
In other words, that's one of the pieces of evidence that this is a community residence that you have to register for. Okay. So what I'm going to do is you'll have 10 days to get that registered, or there'll be a cease and desist order. Okay.
Can I have a little bit more time than the 10 days? Because I didn't realize that was separate from registering it as a rental.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? Because I did the rental piece thinking that that's all we were required to do. That community residence thing is completely brand new to us. Like, I didn't know there was a process to do that, because if we did, we would have done that.
Your magistrate, I'm sorry. I think we would be opposed to more than 10 days, and the reason is I've spoken with the property owner.
You spoke to me. I remember your name, and you did not tell me to register.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I spoke with the property owner as well as both people who are renting the property for the services. It was explained to them that they would need to pull a permit to have that community residence there. They would need to get in contact with the city and get any necessary permits to run that operation, as well as the state. And that was a couple of months ago. So I would be opposed to anything more than the 10 days. If they go past the 10 days and they want to come back, then they can ask for a request for an extension.
All right. I'll give the 10 days, but if you run into a problem, permit-wise or whatever, when you're registering whatever they tell you to do, make sure you keep in touch with the inspector and request an extension, and we'll try to work with you.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 55. Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 24010383, case address 1617 Northwest 5th Street, owner Beverly Chambers and Sefton Chambers. This case was first heard 6/11/24 to comply by 8/13/24. One suspension from 9/10/24 to 11/12/24. One section not complied at $100 per day, $10,700 accrued. One section complied at $100 per day, $9,400 accrued, $20,100 total. City is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning. Officer Vanessa Willis for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Code Compliance, presenting case CE 10383 for the property located at 1617 Northwest 5th Street. Case was first heard on June 11, 2024 by Special Master Flynn. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and Special Master Flynn ordered 63 days to comply or $100 per day thereafter. There was another Special Master hearing on September 10, 2024, and Magistrate Cannon granted a 63-day extension. At this time, violation 9-305B is not in compliance. Violation 9-305B is not in compliance. The landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Violation 9-280H1 is in compliance. Violation 9-306 is in compliance as well. Violation 18-12A is complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 29, 2025, and the following violation, 9-305B, has not complied as depicted on the photos. The property owner is here to speak on behalf of the
It looks like was the property demoed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, so the issues it was complied by demoing, right? Okay.
Yes.
All right, please state your name for the record.
Good day. My name is Beverly Chambers.
Okay, and what do you want to tell me in mitigation of the fines?
It is a demo. You did see the pictures. We've been through a process. Right now, that latter picture you can see, it's upkept. You have some grass spots. We tried to plant it. I think the only thing outstanding is the landscaping because of the bald spots. Yes. But we're doing a new construction. So as we had conversation with landscaping and everything, they understood and said, well, once you submit the permit for the building, that'll erase the landscaping violation. However, November, December, our architect went out of the country. They gave us half the plans, his staff. We just recently regrouped with them, and our contractor got all the plans. I can show you. I didn't bring them or print anything out, but just to show you that we do have the plans. We have everything now. This is the structural calculations. It's quite thick. The only reason we didn't run and submit the permit is because we had all our contractors in line except our plumber, who we had all our contractors in place with the exception of our plumber. We will be getting that done. We have 3 bids. We're going back and forth. By next week, we will make submissions. So we've just been going through the process, and there have been some delays, not because we didn't want to comply, just because we have to depend on other people to get this project done. One of those pictures will show you the property looks clean. Trees are protected. Grass is always cut, even inside the lot. That's an old one. Give me another one. The one with the front where you can see the grass. No, that's the trauma time. Right there. Go back. Go back for me, please. See there? That's the side street. That's 17th Avenue. The other is 5th. You see the grass is cut. The trees are protected. The whatever that black thing is called is there. There is some grass on the property. We keep it cut. We've been maintaining it. It's just the process, ma'am. Just the process.
Okay.
So we're asking, can you just give me 30 more days? By that way, I know we will have submitted the permit, and it'll kind of take care of this problem, and then we'll just deal with whatever issues come behind.
Well, you'll still have the landscape violation even after you submit the permit, because that's not what you're going to be submitting the permit for. You're going to submit the permit to rebuild on that property.
When we submit to build, we won't have to put grass down because we'll be in the building process. That's the way they explained it to me. So is that accurate?
It's, again, Katrina Johnson, Code Compliance Manager for the City of Fort Lauderdale. I believe what they're basically saying is that you'll have an active construction site.
Yes.
And I understand that point.
Okay. So I'm going to give you 56 days and suspend the fines during that time, and give you an order to reappear on my March 27th docket. so that I can see that you're being diligent about getting the permits.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Our next case, page 38, Inspector Manuel Garcia presenting case number CE 24010903, case address 1134 Northeast 5th Terrace, owner Norman F. Barton, posted at property 1925, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Good morning.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 24010903, reference to property 1134 Northeast 5th Terrace. This property was cited on January 26, 2024 for the following violations. Section 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its swale. Section 9-304B, the driveway at this property is in disrepair. There are areas of the driveway that are covered in overgrowth, dead yard debris, and it is not in a smooth and well-graded condition. Section 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are trees that require trimming and dead yard debris. Section 47-34.1.8.1 is complied. Section 9-280B, there is a broken window on the property that is not protecting the interior from the exterior elements. Section 9-308B, there's debris, trash, and other element which is not permanent on the roof. Section 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including the fascia, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing and peeling paint. Section 9-305A has complied. Section 9-280, parentheses H, parentheses 1. The fence at this property is in disrepair. It's not being maintained as required. Areas of the fence were observed covered in vines, broken, and in need of support. Reinspection was performed on January 24, 2025, and the property was found to remain in violation as per the photos depict. The city is requesting the following. For section 18-12A, 10 days or $100 per day thereafter. And for all the other violations, for section 9-308B, 10 days or $100 per day thereafter. For all the other violations, 56 days or $100 per day thereafter.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Norman Barton, B-A-R-T-O-N.
Okay, Mr. Barton, you're in agreement to bring the property into the compliance within the time frame that the city's requesting?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for your
Now,
cooperation.
what is the 10-day one, though?
The 10-day one is just to pick up do the overgrowth, trash, and rubbish on the property and clean the roof.
Okay, because I removed all the stuff off the roof. I don't know, does it mean the discoloration on the roof?
The majority of it is just all the dead yard debris that was on the roof.
Okay, because I got up there and I swept all that off. I moved all that. And am I able to do an extension on any of this? Because I have to go through my bank to replace some of the items there. I have to apply for a loan.
What is it that you're having?
Well, I see the driveway is going to be replaced, the window's going to be replaced, and then the fascia boards.
All right, why don't we do this? I think 56 days gives you an awful lot of time, so let's do that. And the 10 days on picking up the trash and debris, you said you already did the roof. He'll come out and re-inspect.
I did the roof.
Okay.
But
if you run into a problem,
yes.
if there's a permitting issue or whatever, contact the inspector and request an extension.
And this little piece in front of me is actually the property next to me.
Okay.
Where all this stuff is on the side there.
All right, thanks for bringing that to my attention.
Well, that's actually your side of the property.
Well, the fence line is on the other side of that little bricks.
I do want to let you know, though, that the majority of your overgrowth is on the side of your property and in your backyard. All that can be seen from the right-of-way, so please do take care of that.
You know, I made a mistake of trying to put a butterfly garden in there, and that vine that went everywhere.
question.
Don't do that.
Your Honor,
All right,
just
thanks.
for his benefit, can we do an order to reappear on the
Sure.
56 days so that way we'll follow up to see where he's at and then
Yeah.
grant him an extension if required?
All right, so you'll come back and see me again on March 27th if you need to.
Okay, I appreciate
I
that.
mean, if all of this is complied before then you won't have to go back. But when you have it in compliance or you believe you have it in compliance, make sure you call for an
I'll
inspection.
get that gentleman there, so
Yes.
thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Our next case, page 15, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 24090776, case address 631 Northwest 22nd Road, owner DeJuicy Pascal August, posted at property 11625, posted at 1 East Borough 11625.
Guy Siderman, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 240907776 for the property located at 631 Northwest 22nd Road. The property was first inspected on 10/17/2024 and given time to correct for the following violations. 24-27B has complied. 9-305B, the landscape at the property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. The area in front of the driveway needs to have grass or sod in front of it. Also, there are a few spots on the swell area and in the yard that need grass. This is a recurring violation from case CE 240-20449. This case will be presented to the special magistrate whether or not compliance is met prior to the hearing. The city is requesting compliance within 56 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. 4720.20H, the parking facility is not maintained at this property. The parking area needs to be resurfaced. There are areas of the concrete parking facility that are cracked and or have missing concrete. There are cracks that need to be filled in and maintained. The city is requesting compliance within 56 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. There are also a few parts of the fascia board that are not painted. Soffits and soffit by the driveway have peeling paint that need to be maintained. The city is requesting compliance within 56 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. 1812A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and or at swell. There is trash in the fenced yard and in the swell. This is a recurring violation from case CE 240-20449. This case will be presented to the special magistrate whether or not its compliance is met prior to the hearing. The city is requesting compliance within 10 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. 9-363 has complied. 9-280H1, the fence of this property is in disrepair and not being maintained as required. The top support bar is not secured on the left side of the house and attached properly. There are missing sections of the fence near the door and missing top bar. There are parts of the poles that don't have the top caps on the poles. The city is requesting compliance within 56 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. 9-304B, there is a vehicle parked on the grass or lawn area of the property by the front door. This is a black four-door vehicle, an Infiniti. The city is requesting compliance within 10 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. The city is requesting a finding of fact for violations 9-305B and 18-12A.
Okay, just so I have this straight, the first 24-27 is complied. 305B, the city is asking for 56 days or $50 a day. Same with 47-20, 9-306, and 9-280H1. The other two violations, 18-12 and 9-304B, 10 days or $50 a day thereafter. Is that correct? Okay.
That's correct.
State your name for the record.
Good morning. I'm the Juicy August.
Okay. Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within the time frames I just said?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Oh, and I had one more question
Sure.
about the driveway. I'm not sure if we need to, because when I bought the property 2 years ago, we bought it like, it's like half concrete and like the rest of it is like grass.
Uh-huh.
So I wanted to know, could I put grass there again, or should it just be concrete like up to the street?
Okay. Inspector?
Yeah, in regards to that, it looks like some of it on the prior photos, from what I saw, it may have gotten compacted, some of the rocks and stuff, and it may have deteriorated. And there needed to be more grass put on there, but over time it just wasn't there. I can talk about it in the back with you and go over that as well. And also, last time we had spoken, I said maybe take a photo because you had also shown some interest in regards to getting
Getting the rest as concrete, but it was so
Correct.
expensive. So I'm like, that's why I'm asking, like, can we just put grass there since that's how I bought it, and I think it's been like that since, I don't know.
Okay. I believe he said he can put grass there, but if you have other questions, you can talk to him right now.
All right.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Next case.
Our next case, page 57, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 23110332, case address 2612 Southwest 14th Avenue, owner Tammy Celentano. This case was first heard 3/12/24 to comply by 3/11/24. Two suspensions noted on the agenda. One section not complied at $50 per day. $2,550 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Magistrate. Inspector Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 23110332, address 2612 Southwest 14th Avenue. This case was first heard September 10th, 2024, where the magistrate found for the city giving 91 days to comply or a fine of $50 thereafter. An inspection was conducted on December 10th, 2024, and found that the violation remained. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines at this time.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Robert Rucci. I'm Tammy Celentano's fiance, and Ms. Magistrate, local code enforcement officers. We're here for the last time as we have finally signed a contract to sell this property. I have a copy of it here. And we have a closing date after rejecting dozens of
When's
ridiculous
that closing
officers. 71 days from now. The purchasers are developers, and they're anxious to demo the distressed home and immediately apply for permits to build a mixed retail and residential building at this address as it's zoned B1. We've been told that this new project will generate an abundance of income for the city, well above the current property tax. After losing 90% of everything we own, we're anxious to exit this property and start a new life after the horrific flood of April 12th, 2023. Thank you.
I understand. Okay. Anything else from the city?
We could do the administrative cost, which would be $1,215.
It's not complied yet,
Oh,
so
I'm sorry.
I can't do that. What I can do is, because I remember your circumstances are very difficult, I'll give you 84 days and suspend the fines during that time, and then that'll give you time to close. But make sure the property owner that's purchasing it knows that this violation is out there.
They've been aware.
Okay. All
Thank
right.
you very much.
You're welcome. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 33. Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 24120131, case address 1628 Northeast 16th Avenue. Owner Michael Peter Irvine, posted at property 1925, posted at 1 East Route 11625.
Good afternoon again. Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 24120131 for the property located at 1628 Northeast 16th Avenue. This property was first inspected on 12/6/2024 and was given time to correct for the following violations. 18-12A complied, but there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris surrounding this property and or its soil. This is a reoccurring violation, and this case will be presented to Special Magistrate. The previous case number is CE 230-90687. Whether or not it comes into compliance before the hearing, we're reading it in for finding under fact. 9-305 complied. 18-4 withdrawn. 9-305B, the concrete driveway at this property is not being maintained. The surface has cracks and damaged areas and is stained with dirt or oil. The encroachment or the approachment of the driveway and the encroachment of the driveway is not dustless. 9-306 complied. 47-34.1.A.1 is complied. 9-280C complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 29, 2025, and the following violations have not been complied with as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter for violation 9-305B.
9-305 or 304?
I'm sorry, 304, ma'am. I apologize, 304.
Okay. All right. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Ryan Horland, attorney with Tripp Scott, here on behalf of the property owner.
Okay. Is your client in agreement to, it looks like they did a good job so far of getting the driveway done within the next 28 days?
We would just request 56 just because it's the driveway.
Okay. We're not opposed to that.
All right. 56. And because the 18-12, the overgrowth, trash, et cetera, is a recurring violation, there's no fine today, but if it happens again,
as Mr.
it comes
Noel,
back as a repeat. You've
as
been
Mr. Noel knows, there was a squatter there. The property owners from Canada didn't know any of this was going on, came back, saw the property was a wreck, evicted, and it's been working tirelessly to make everything look good again.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Councilor.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 54, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 231008858, case address 2880 Southwest 2nd Street, owner Mary Curtis. This case was first heard 6/11/24 to comply by 9/10/24, one suspension from 9/26/24 to 12/5/24, one section complied at $50 per day, $800 accrued. The city is requesting no fines.
Good morning, Inspector Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case just read in my Miss Blue. This property was first inspected on 10/25/23, and the following violations were observed. I'm sorry, take that back. At the Special Magistrate hearing, because this is a Massey, on 6/11/2004, Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 91 days to comply, or $50 per day thereafter for a violation of 9-306, violation 9-278(E), which is complied. However, a finding of fact was ordered due to the recurring nature of the violation. At the special magistrate hearing on 6/11/24, Special Magistrate Flynn ordered 91 days to comply. I'm sorry, same thing. At the special magistrate hearing 9/26/2004, Special Magistrate Flynn granted a 70-day extension. On 12/5/24, the post-magistrate inspection was conducted and the property was found to be in compliance. As the pre-hearing inspection dated 1/29/25, the property remains in compliance and the city is requesting to vacate the fines.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
My name is Bertha Smith for Mary Curtis.
Ms. Smith, I'm assuming you're in agreement with no fines.
Yes.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 42, Inspector Manuel Garcia presenting case number CE 24031006, case address 801 Northeast 17th Court, owner James L. Kroom Sr., Sarah Elizabeth Kroom, posted at property 1825, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 24031006 in reference to the property 801 Northeast 17th Court. This property was cited on March 29, 2024 for the following violations. 18-12A, there's overgrowth on the soil area abutting the property. 18-1 has complied. 9-304B, the driveway approach at this property is in disrepair. The driveway approach was observed covered in a non-dustless material. There is loose gravel and it is not being maintained in a smooth and well-graded condition. Section 9-280, parentheses H, parentheses 1, the wood fence at this property is in disrepair, is not being maintained as required. Areas of the wood fence were observed broken, stained, and missing support. Section 47-19.2.EE, there is a shed installed at the rear of the subject RS8 zone property that is encroaching on the 5-foot setback set forth by the Unified Land Development Regulations. Section 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that are faded and stained. Section 9-305A, there's overgrowth of landscape material along the right-of-way, encroaching upon the right-of-way. Section 25-7, parentheses A, there are miscellaneous items placed on the right-of-way that are obstructing the right of passage without the consent and permission of the city. Section 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. A reinspection of the property was performed on January 24, 2025, found that the property remains in violation as per the photos depict. The city is requesting the following. Section 18-12A, 10 days or $100 per day thereafter. Section 9-305A, 10 days or $100 per day thereafter. Section 25-7A.
Wait, back up. 9-305A. Okay.
10 days or $100 per day thereafter.
Okay,
and
go
then
ahead.
25-7A, 10 days or $100 per day thereafter. And then for all the other violations, 28 days or $100 per day thereafter.
Okay. Please state your name for the
Good
record.
morning. Thank you, Your Honor, and the diocese. My name's James Kroomey.
Okay. Are you in agreement to get the property into compliance?
Well, I would like to bring up a few items.
Okay.
The fence right there, that's on my neighbor's property. It's not mine. And I know, because I'm a real estate broker, that I cannot attach my fence to his without, having consent from him. And this all started from, because he put a fence down my wall, and it's, needs to be concrete wall, and it needs to be painted. I've been at this address for 17 years. And I'm not allowed to come because his property line comes in 2 feet past the concrete wall there. So I can't do it, even if I wanted to. The other violations of the overgrowth on the swell area, and there's overgrowth on the landscape area. That's been there for 10 years. It was approved by the...
And it's really overgrown.
No, it's maintained. It's trimmed down. I keep it maybe this high. And the head of community enhancement said it was okay. It's been there. It's a certified wildlife area. So I have spoonbills, herons, and that coming in. And also it's endorsed by the Sierra Club. And this is the first time anybody's complained out of the 10 to 12 years that it's been there. And it's beautiful because I get a lot of beautiful birds coming in there. It's right across from Middle River Lake. So I think those are kind of run consistent. But yeah, I keep it trimmed. That's probably due for another trim. But, this is wildlife. And I said, I've had it there for 10 years. It was approved by the head lady down at, the head of community enhancement or whatever. So I would like to keep it there. It also keeps dogs from going in my yard. The problem I had with that, because before that, dogs would like to cut through my yard and they leave their droppings. Well, I've stepped on it once, and I was in hospital for 5 days. Cost me $6,000, and 5 days out of work. So it's kind of serving twofold, and I haven't had the problem since.
Okay, let's take these issues one at a time.
Okay.
What about the fence not being on his property?
Yeah, Magistrate Flynn. So the fence it's still covering his backyard. The fence does belong to him. In addition, regarding the overgrowth, as he states that this was approved, the city of Fort Lauderdale reached out to the engineering department, one of which they stated that it is illegal for him to have that there, and that is not approved by anyone within the city of Fort Lauderdale that manages the right of way.
Is that depicted in one of these pictures?
Yep, you're just seeing it right there.
Oh, that overgrowth.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
In addition, there's actually miscellaneous items. Some of them are concrete cylinders and pots and different types of artifacts that are being placed on the right-of-way. Some of that are being covered by subject overgrowth, in which if a vehicle needs to pull to the side of the road, it would cause major damage to that vehicle. If you actually scoot to the left, you see the pots over there, but if you actually scoot it to the left...
Those have been moved.
If you scoot it over to the left, you see that white piece right there? That's actually a concrete cylinder that's being kept on that area, one of many that can cause major damage to a vehicle in case a vehicle needed to scoot over from the side of the road due to an emergency or whatnot.
Okay.
Now, my neighbors, everybody has those to keep cars from blocking. Right across the street, my neighbor has concrete cylinders at less than 2 feet away.
Your neighbor's not in front of me today.
Yes, sir. I understand. I will remove the concrete cylinders.
Yeah, okay. All right. So do you have any other questions about any of these other
Yes.
violations?
The graffiti is gone. The driveway at the approach, I have put new gravel on it. I'm trying to get the sides to grow back. There's enough gravel for my car to go into the driveway. There was a 2 by 2 foot piece of gravel area, and it's right in front of my garage, and that's where the cars pivot to turn out. So I'd have to put new, what do they call it? The grass thing. I'd have to do that each week.
Okay.
So, and it's just that one area because I have 2 cars in front of the garage.
All right. What about this shed?
Shed, I'll guarantee I need 28 days for that.
Okay.
I've had it
so
fractured.
This is what
up.
I'm going to do for the overgrowth and for the things that are obstructing the right-of-way, 10 days. The rest of it, 28 days. Okay?
Okay. Could I bring one thing up? I made a complaint to my neighbor because he had nails. My grandson came running in crying, and his ball was punctured by the nail of his fence. So I called the city, and they came out, and they looked at it, and they go, well, no, that's a civil issue. And it's, he's admitted his fence. It's his job to maintain it. Yeah. And, and still
what you need to do is file a complaint, and the inspector can tell you how to do that. But that's not in front of me today, so I can't really do anything about it.
So I have to mow down the wildlife area.
That's wildlife area? Okay, yeah, you have to mow it.
Yeah, because I've said I've had it there for 10 years.
You know?
Sir, actually, the property appraiser's picture of your property in 2018 does not show it.
No, 2000, probably. Okay, maybe I've had it a little shorter than
10
that.
10 days to mow it.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
thank you. And give 28 days for the shed?
Yeah,
And no other
28 days for everything else but the overgrowth and the things that are obstructing the right-of-way.
Well, those have
Which are
been
10
removed.
days. All right, thank you very much. Sir.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 64, Inspector Paulette Del Grasso, Manuel Garcia, presenting case number CE 23100021, case address 418 Mola Avenue, owner John Evans. This case was first heard 12/12/24 to comply by 130/25. One section not complied at $100 per day. Fines start 131/25. This is in order to reappear.
Good morning, Your Honor. Senior Officer Garcia presenting on behalf of Officer Del Grasso, case CE 23100021, reference the property 418 Mola Ave. Please note this case was first heard on December 12, 2024, and there was an order to reappear at today's hearing. To date, the owner has a contract with dock experts. However, no permit is on file with the city to commence with the repairing of the tidal barrier. Because the environmental resource license has just been obtained by Broward County, the permit for the tidal barrier work shall be filed with the city. We still don't have a date on it. At this time, the city is requesting the imposition of fines as read.
Please state your name.
Hey, how are you? Andrew Ackerman, General Manager with the Dock Experts.
Okay. And why is this taking so long?
It's environmental. We had to do a seagrass study and a few other things prior to being able to get the ERL from the city of, from Broward County.
Okay, and how much more time do you think you need?
Based on our communication, they expected to release the permit from Broward County by the end of this week or next. So I would say within the next 2 weeks.
Okay.
And then it'll be within the city.
Okay, and then you'll apply for the permits in the city?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll give you a 28-day extension and suspend the fines during that time
28 days for the permit or for the work to be done?
for the permit.
Okay. Okay, because there's going to need to be a time to be scheduled to actually do the work.
Okay, all right. Well, then
But
I
I don't-
think
I
then
don't
I'm
know
going to
how
issue
long-
an order to reappear so you can give me an update on my February 27th docket.
Okay.
And if all is well and you're being diligent, we'll work with you for further extensions, okay?
Yeah, I don't expect the permit to take very long in Fort Lauderdale.
Okay.
They're pretty quick.
Sounds good to me.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 62, Inspector Robert Kasarowicz, case number FC 24060012, case address 219 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard, owner L. at Florida Beach Circle LLC. This case was first heard 8/13/24 to comply by 10/8/24. 3 sections complied at $100 per day, $9,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
And Captain Robert Kasarowicz, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office for case FC 24060012, property address 219 South Fort Lauderdale Beach Boulevard. The violations are all complied, and I've checked the inspection history on this case and the fire safety account. All the inspections that we've had are paid and up to date on it. If Your Honor wishes to reduce the fines, we would be inclined to hear that.
Okay. Please state your name.
Good morning, Your Honor. Courtney Crush on behalf of the property owner.
Good morning.
Your Honor, we were before you mid-November to finalize, I think, the small item. This was a significant amount of work, and we appreciate having the time to have worked with Captain Kasarowicz. You may recall there was a lack of knowledge as to how to address the maximum capacity on this large property, and we probably cost ourselves about 60 days. I think we diligently communicated with the captain and would respectfully ask that you reduce the fines.
Okay, I will reduce the fines to $1,200.
Appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Captain.
Our next case, page 66, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 23040355, case address 1226 Northeast 4th Avenue, owner 2010 Property LLC. This case was first heard 6/27/24 to comply by 9/26/24. One suspension from 9/26/24 to 1/30/25. One section not complied at $100 per day. Fine start 1/31/25. This is in order to reappear.
Officer Noel with the City of Fort Lauderdale. Code Compliance presenting case CE 23040-355 for the property located at 1226 North East 4th Avenue. Case that was just read by Nadine. There was a re-inspection done at this property. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 29, 2025 for the following violations. And the violation has not complied, and that violation is 9-306. The property was given 2 extensions. The reason why the property was given 2 extensions because the owner was trying to get in contact with CRA to get some paperwork so they can assist on painting the building. I contacted CRA about a week ago. They have talked to Mr. Kelton in the past, but no documentation, no paper have been provided. We did go back to the property. It's painted, but not to our standards, and we're requesting the fines starting tomorrow.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
My name is Randall Klett.
Okay, and why has this taken so long?
Well, I hired an architect to do the drawings that we need for the CRA application in May. I still don't have the drawings, so I can't get bids, so I can't submit to the CRA for the funding. And if I could afford to have painted it myself, I would have. But I'm cash short right now. And there was a miscommunication between Inspector Noel and I way back at the beginning when I got cited for the other side of the building, which I took care of promptly. So there was a miscommunication, and now I'm trying to get this over the finish line. And I told Inspector Noel on a voicemail that I gave up on getting the funding for this from the CRA. I couldn't stand looking at the building anymore. So we pressure cleaned it, and we put some paint on it. Granted, it's not great, but it's there, and I put forth effort. And when I was here last time, I requested 6 months, and you suggested 90 days, and someone else said he's working with the CRA. He ain't going to get it done in 90 days. So this was a reappear for a progress report, and I continue to work on it, and I did clean.
So are you no longer going through CRA?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
But
we can give him 84 days if
Okay.
he's still going through CRA and trying to work it out.
All right. 84 days, and we'll suspend the fines during that time.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a great day.
You too.
Our next case, page 50, Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 2412-0379, case address 1440 Northwest 7th Terrace, owner Gianfranco Patron and Alina Smoller. This case is serviced by appearance. It was posted at 1 East Broward on 1/16/25.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Wanda Aquavilla for the city. Case number CE 24120379. The address is 1440 Northwest 7th Terrace. This property was initially inspected on December 16, 2024, and the following violations were observed. 15282D1B. There is a qualifying number of violations at this vacation rental property to request a certificate suspension of 365 days before the special magistrate. The qualifying violations are as follows. Case CE 2410-0113 had 3 violations. 15278-2B, over the maximum allowed occupancy. 15275-5, responsible party failed to respond. And 15278-1E, a parking violation. Case number CE 2410-0153 also had a violation of 15281A, operating with an expired certificate. All of these violations were found to exist by the magistrate at the 11/12/24 magistrate hearing. The city is requesting the full 365-day suspension of the vacation rental certificate.
Okay, please state your name.
My name is Alina Smolar.
Okay.
And Gianfranco Petrone.
All right. Here's the situation. Because you have a number of violations, how many violations does it all add up to? 4, yeah. On the 4th violation, the ordinance reads that I have no alternative but to suspend your license for 365 days. They don't give me any discretion in that once that 4th violation is in. So that's the situation the way it is, and there's not very much I could do about that.
Yeah, but we would like to speak about this 4th violation because the last time we came here on November 12th, you gave us 2 weeks to obtain the certificate. So the same day, I called Amy Brown and I asked her because I didn't receive any instructions how to renew it. So I called her, and on November 15th, I finally received the instructions. So I applied all the documents, you know.
Okay,
and
I think they're telling me that you're referring to a different case.
Yes, she is. That's a Massey we have with the same owners.
And is that one of the qualifying
Yes,
violations?
ma'am.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Magistrate. If this case on page 54 is one of the qualifying violations, we cannot suspend today.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm trying to stand for myself.
Okay, so where do we go from here, Katrina?
We need to hear the Massey, I'm sorry, Rhonda.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
We need to hear the Massey case, and then we would have to bring the suspension back for a hearing at a later date because they still have to have their time to appeal if they choose the magistrate's ruling, which is 30 days after today.
Okay.
So the city will withdraw this case today.
All right.
Can you repeat, please? So,
all right.
We're going to withdraw this case today,
Withdraw?
so we're not going to hear it. No suspension.
But what about the Massey hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
okay,
So
okay.
we have a hearing today, and why don't you read that in?
Okay, that case is on page 54. Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 2410-0153, case address 1440 Northwest 7th Terrace, owner Gianfranco Petrone and Alina Smoya. This case was first heard 11/12/24 to comply by 11/27/24. One section complied at $250, $250 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Okay, now tell me what happened at the last hearing and what evidence you have to show me that.
perfect. Okay, so I started all the application like October 17th, but I wasn't able to complete it because I had like a pending case because of those 3 citations that the inspector mentioned before. So on November 12th, I didn't receive any instructions before how to proceed, and I called Amy Brown, and she told me, "Oh, okay, your property is not, your license is not suspended." So on November 15th, I received finally those instructions so I could upload all the documents and pay all the fees. In the end, all the fees were paid by November 22nd. As soon as I received, so it was still like in those 13 days. So as soon as I received the number of the city inspector, yes, we called the inspector on 26th, we called the inspector on 27th, but unfortunately I received the call from the city inspector only on December 6th, I'm sorry. 4th or 6th.
She's trying to say that we did everything in time.
I was trying to do my best, to receive the license as soon as possible, but unfortunately it took longer because the inspector took 9 days to call me back. Then it takes time to have the inspection because there is a lot of properties that the inspector has to inspect.
But we did everything in the time that you gave us. And,
we were trying to
within
do
that
our
14
best.
days.
And I can show you all the emails
We have
and the
the
phone.
So even if they did it on October 1st, it still would have been expired. Thus, the violation would still be a violation.
You have to go back to talk.
So here you have the chronology, the phone call that I was trying to do. Here, she finally called me like on December 4th, and all the emails that I was trying to do. If you want to
Okay. Well, when you couldn't meet the deadline, did you call to request an extension?
No, because I didn't know that I could do that.
We called for the inspection. and
Yes, we were calling the
just
city
waiting.
inspector, but we never received a reply.
Okay. The problem I see here is that it's already been decided that the violation existed.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you want to say something else? I do. Okay, go ahead, Katrina.
No, magistrate, I'm fine. I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay. It was already been determined that the violation existed, that you were operating with an expired certificate.
Yeah.
All right, so the only thing really that's before me today is what the fine will be, because you were 2 days past the deadline extension that you were given.
Yeah, but from our side, we were trying to do our best.
Have you renewed your
Unfortunately-
license?
Huh?
Have you renewed?
Yeah, we renewed it.
We did everything.
Yeah, we renewed it in the end.
To inspect the property and everything.
Has it been approved?
It was approved. We received a certificate.
We did it within
We have
the
a
14
copy.
days. She came after, like in December.
Yeah.
But the property was approved and everything was
Yes,
fine.
we
didn't
have
expect
certificate.
anything like to receive a violation because that was the purpose of the 14 days, and we did within the time. We tried to call many times the inspector within the 14 days, but she replied.
Because I
us
think it's that the
just
numbers
9
are
days
different.
After the limit, and what we could do.
Yeah, your problem, though, is not that, I could give you a leeway because it was only out of compliance for a short period of time after the extension that I gave. But the problem is that the violation was already found to have existed.
Yeah, and from our side, I explained also the last time, we receive normally every year, we receive like a notice that we have to upload certain documents. So I was waiting for these documents or for this email, but I never received it. And also I went to the website of Lauderbilt to apply like all the documents, to receive the license, but there were no notifications. So I thought, okay, maybe they changed the deadlines or whatever. I wasn't aware that something was going on. Otherwise, as soon as
we were not able to apply again because of the previous violation of this guest. that
correct,
we
as soon as we started, we were not able to
we did
continue.
our best to do everything in time.
Okay.
Magistrate, if you're inclined to do anything about the fines, the fine for me is negligible. It's the fact that the violation existed, which will count towards the suspension. That is the finding of fact, and so I'm fine with that.
Yeah, that's going to be your problem is I'll waive the fines because I think you acted diligently during the time that I gave you. But the violation was still found to exist, and so it's still going to count as a fourth violation. I'm not going to hear that case today, but that's unfortunately the way it is.
I understand. So we have like 30 days. When's going to be the hearing?
You'll get a notice. What?
You'll get a new notice for a new hearing in the mail.
It'll probably be in March.
Okay. And in that case, like we can appeal, like if we can be suspended.
You're not suspended today.
Okay.
And you've got your certificate, so you can continue to rent until
30 days.
Yeah.
I understand.
Until you have to come back. Okay.
Okay.
All
Thank you
right,
so much.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 24, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 24050553, case address 1080 Northwest 21st Street, owner Juan Miguel Vargas, posted at property 11525, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Officer Exantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 24050553, property address 1080 Northwest 21st Street. This property was first inspected in May 17, 2024, and the following violations were observed. Violation 18-1 is complied. Violation 18-4C, there is derelict vehicle with an expired tag parked stored on this property. Violation 9-304B, there are vehicles, trailers parked on the lawn grass area. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on January 15, January 15, 2025. And a pre-hearing inspection was conducted in January 29, 2025, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days for violation 18-4C to have the vehicle removed from the property, or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter, and 28 days for 10 days for the vehicle parked on the grass, 10 days for the vehicle parked on the grass, or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter, and 28 days for the landscape, or a fine of $50 for each day thereafter.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Good morning, Juan Vargas.
Good morning, Mr. Vargas. Are you in agreement to bring the property
I took everything out already. All I have is my boat, but I don't know if I can get a permit to put cement there and put my boat, because what else I can
Well,
do?
I'll let you talk to the
Please.
inspector after the hearing about what you can do to
I took all the cars and everything.
Okay, but you're going to have to remove you took the car away.
And that tag is only, because I have antique cars, so that tag is only for the looks. The tag is on the back, not in the front.
All right, 10 days or $50 a day for the vehicles and trailers, and 28 days to fix the landscape.
I do it.
Okay, thank you
Thank
very
you so
much.
much.
Yes, Your Honor. I understand it's an antique car, so we still need to have a current and valid tag on the vehicle.
right.
So that needs to be shown and proven. That
10
that's-
days.
I remove all of them to my
Yeah.
backyard.
You have 10 days, okay.
Just moving them to the backyard does not
Where you
mean
want me to do
compliance.
with my cars?
Compliance is to have a current tag. You got to
Okay,
have a valid
if I
tag,
take a tag, can I have it on my front?
but it got to be on a hard surface. It cannot be
So
on the
can I
grass.
do cement on the grass?
So you need a permit to do so.
Can I do it? Can I get a permit?
Yes,
for
please
that? All
apply
right.
for the permit,
All
and
right.
then you'll be allowed to
I
do
will
so.
do that. I will do that. Of course.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 21, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 24090571, case address 2941 Northwest 21st Street, owner Larry Kane, posted at property 121624, posted at 1 East Broward 11624.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 24090571. Case address 2941 Northwest 21st Street. The property was inspected on 9/22 and the following violations were observed. BCC 39-275 subsection 7 subsection A has complied. There are derelict vehicles parked on the property, and this is complied. 18-C, there are derelict vehicles parked on the property. This is a recurring violation referred to case number CE 22110622 and will be presented in front of magistrate whether it comes into compliance or not. 9-304B has complied. An inspection report was posted on the property on 9/22/24, and a notice of violation was posted. A notice of hearing was posted on 12/16/24. As of pre-hearing inspection on 1/28, violation remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days or $50 a day for violation 18-4C.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Larry Kane.
Okay, Mr. Kane, it looks like you got some of this stuff done, but you need to get that vehicle out of there.
I was going to get it registered
Okay.
and get the tag. So
Yeah, you need to do that within the next 10 days. And because it's a recurring violation, I'm not going to fine you today, but if it happens again, then you get fined, okay?
I wanted to ask if it was okay if I could get extended to like maybe 15 days because after waiting in my primary, I had to get like a biopsy of the kidney. I had kidney failure once, so they want to check it out.
15 days.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 44. Inspector Gail Williams presenting case number CE 24090409. Case address 401 Northwest 17th Place. Owner Anthony A. Powell and Latanya R. Powell. Posted at property 1925. Posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Senior Officer Gail Williams presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 24090409, address 401 Northwest 17th Place. This case was first cited on September 17, 2024 for the following violations: 18-4C, complied; 9-304B, complied; 9-305B. The landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover in the rear yard and swell. 18-12A, there is landscaping debris on the property and or swell, palm fronds and tree branches scattered inside the yard. 9-304B, the driveway is not being maintained in a smooth, well-graded condition. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 27, 2025, and the city is and violations -9305B, 18-12A, and 9304B remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days for violation 18-12A, with a daily fine of $50 per day thereafter, and 56 days for violation 9-305B and 9-304B, and a daily fine of $50 per violation per day thereafter.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Latanya Powell.
My name is Anthony Powell.
Okay, are you in agreement to bring the property in compliance within the time frame she just said?
Unfortunately, we are unable to do so due to the fact that we do not have the funds to be able to accommodate the property the way that you guys want us to do so. As far as the grass goes by, we're just asking for an extension, maybe up till maybe April or May, where we could say, save us some money and see if we could get the job done.
Okay.
We're already doing.
Unfortunately, when we got this household, everything was already the way it was. There was no fine that was there that got transferred over or nothing.
Okay, for the landscape debris on the property, which is the palm fronds and the tree branches and all of that, you can pick that up yourselves within 10 days.
Okay, so basically what happened is, I am just going to vouch for my mom. We have like 5 or 6 trees in the house on the yard property, right? We did ask the person that did came by if we could cut some trees due to the fact that it just falls everywhere. We rake the property. As you can see, that there's no leaf or no branches on the property right now because we rake the property on a consistent basis. That's not something that we can help. I mean, that's the trees doing what the trees do. You know, all we could do is keep the property clean, and we do keep the branches off the floor. We do rake the leaves up off the floor on a daily basis.
Okay, well then, she should come out there and see that there's no palm fronds and tree branches on the floor, and then she can comply that one. So do that quickly.
Okay.
And then we'll give you 10 days for that. The rest of the landscaping, the missing ground cover, et cetera, she's asking for 56 days to bring that into compliance. So
56 days, I'm not sure. That's the thing. We're not sure if we could do it in 56 days. We need a good amount of grass on the side and on the other side as well. And a pallet of grass run about from $600 to $700. Right now, we even back on the rent. We're really trying to make it go which is why we're asking us if we could have until April, May to really make it happen. We don't want to give a time frame where we're not going to be able to.
I'm going to give you 84 days on the remaining violations, which is the landscaping and the driveway, but you got to pick up that debris within 10 days, okay?
So it's just the landscaping and the driveway.
Yeah.
And we can't do nothing about that. We have asked them numerous times to move.
Well, unfortunately, they're not supposed to be parking there, and you're supposed to keep that maintained. So,
may I ask a question?
Sure.
If we shall get that fence, would that be a problem for us? If we should get the side of our house fence, would the debris grass be a problem for us? Know that it's outside of the fence, the fence gate?
Gail?
Understanding what you're saying, if you fence in your property, so that portion that you were just seeing with the missing ground cover, you're asking, will you still be responsible for that?
Yes.
Correct, you will be, because it's part of your property. It's the swell. You have to maintain it.
What could we do if we can't just literally sit there and be like, yo, don't park there, yo, don't park there? We told them numerous times, and they still choose to park there because that's the side of the road.
So is it someone at your property who's parking there, or is
all over? Say a neighbor have a visitor, they're parked there, they probably leave it there. We go knock, they move it. Somebody else comes in with their trailer.
There's a guy who have a van do car wash. He park his truck there every night.
We tell them all the time. This is something that we've been going through from we got the first violation, and yet we still don't know what to do about it. So even if we do get that fence, that violation will still be happening because there's nothing we could do about it. People just do what they want to do.
Unfortunately, I mean, I understand what you're saying, and yes, you are responsible for it. Only thing I can suggest is that you ask your neighbors not to park there because they are going to continue to ruin your swell, and it's your responsibility to maintain it.
Okay, we also saw that there was a violation for the car as well. That's on the property. That's what I realized. That was in my
Yeah, that's been
document.
complied.
Okay, then cool.
Yeah, you're good there. All right, so 84 days for the landscape and driveway, 10 days to pick up the debris, okay?
No problem. Thank you. Have a
Thank
nice
you.
one.
You too.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 31, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 2407-0920, case address 620 Arizona Avenue. Owner Leslie Acosta and Victor G. Ellis, posted at property 11625, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Inspector Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case just read in. This property was first inspected on 7/31/24, and the following violations were observed. 24-7 parentheses B, bulk trash, which is complied. 18-1, public nuisance indoor store, under roof storage, which is also complied yesterday on 1/29. 18-12 parentheses A, overgrowth and trash complied. 9-305 parentheses B, landscape maintenance, missing ground cover. The landscape at this property is not being maintained and in need and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-304 parentheses B, driveway maintenance / parking on the lawn, non-compliance. There are vehicles, trailer parked on the grass lawn area. There are also 2 cars, and it was all kind of a boat. It was a lot of things on the grass here. There's also grass and weeds growing through part of the driveway. 47-39.A.1.B parentheses 6 parentheses B, outside storage, which is complied. 9-280 parentheses B, building parts, accessories is also complied. Contact was made with the property owner, who stated that he is in the process of having a driveway paved. He has applied for the necessary building permits and plans to replace the grass after the driveway construction is completed, to avoid resodding the lawn multiple times. Moore did verify that a building permit for a paver driveway has been issued for the property via BLD-RPAV-2408046. As a pre-hearing inspection dated 1/29, the property does remain out of compliance. The city is requesting the following. For 9-304 parentheses B, the missing ground cover landscape maintenance, 84 days or $50 per day thereafter. And for 9-304 parentheses B, driveway maintenance / parking on the lawn, also 84 days or $50 per day thereafter.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Victor Ellis.
All right, Mr. Ellis, looks like you made a good start on this property. Can you bring the rest of the property into compliance within 84 days?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much.
Have a good day.
You too.
Next case, page 6, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 24110585, case address 2396 North Federal Highway, owner Robert Rickle Trust and Judith Antweiler, personal service on 11625, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Good afternoon. Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case and address as read. This property was first inspected on November 20th, 24, and given time to correct for the following violations. 24-27F, there is a dumpster in the rear of this B1 property behind Sephora with its lid open. 24-28A, there is an accumulation of trash, including but not limited to wooden pallets around this dumpster. 47-19.4.D.1, this B1 property does not have the required dumpster enclosure as required by the ULDR. The city is requesting compliance within 10 days for violations 24-27F and 24-28A, and 56 days for 47-19.4.D.1, or a fine of $100 per violation per day thereafter.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Andrew Bonner.
Okay, are you willing to bring the property into compliance within the time frame that the city is requesting?
We are requesting an extension.
Pardon me?
We're requesting an extension, please.
Okay, and how much time do you think you need?
Everything else has been completed. We just need 10 days to provide the pictures, except for the enclosures. We need to review the permit process. We need to get a site plan revision. We have a lot of work to do there.
Okay, well, the city's saying 10 days to close the lid of the dumpster. I think that's sufficient.
We can handle that.
And then the accumulated trash, 10 days. I think you can manage that. And the enclosure for the dumpster, 56 days.
That'd be a good start, yes. Thank you.
Okay. What? Oh, 84. We'll give you 84 for that.
Perfect.
So,
Thank you.
or $100 a day thereafter. All right, thank you.
He has two more. He has two more cases. Okay. Next case, page 7, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 24110586, case address 2374 North Federal Highway, owner Robert Rickle Trust, Judith Antweiler, personal service on 11625, posted at 1 East Broward, 11625.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case and address as read. This property was first inspected on November 20th and given time to correct for the following violations. 47-19.4.d.1, this B1 property does not have the required dumpster enclosure for the dumpster behind Bow Concept as required by the ULDR. 24-27F, there are dumpsters with their lids open at this location. The city is requesting compliance within 10 days for violation 24-27F and 56 days for 47-19.4.d.1, or a fine of $100 per violation per day thereafter.
Okay, state your name again for the record.
Andrew Bonner.
Okay, 56 days for 47-19 and 15 for 24.
I'm sorry, Katrina Johnson, Code Compliance Manager for the City of Fort Lauderdale. To be consistent with the other case, as this is along one set of properties, we'll stick with the 84 because they're going to have multiple to do, so.
Okay, so 84 days or $100 a day thereafter?
Yes, ma'am.
And 10 days
Good
for
Thank
10
you.
days for 24-27F.
Oh, yeah. Except for the closing of the lid. You got 10 days to do that. All right.
His last case, also page 7, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 24110588, case address 2358 North Federal Highway, owner Robert Rickle Trust, Judith Antweiler, personal service 11625, posted at 1 East Broward, 11625.
Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case and address as read. This property was first inspected on November 20th and given time to correct for the following violations. 47-19.4.d.1. This B1 property does not have the required dumpster enclosure as required by the ULDR. The dumpster is located behind the Pottery Barn. 24-28A, there is trash in the manner of wooden pallets stacked up against the dumpster in the rear of this property. 24-27F, there are dumpsters with their lids open at this location. The city is requesting compliance within 10 days for violations 24-27F and 24-28A, and 56 days for 47-19.4.d.1, or a fine of $100 per violation per day thereafter.
All right,
Magistrate, we don't have any pictures, though.
Are we
We're
going?
trying to see if we can.
What happened?
I guess I would just ask the respondent, do you agree that the violations exist and agree to put them in compliance within the timeframes consistent with the two prior cases?
Yes, violation was
Okay.
there. Thank you.
One more time, state your name for the record.
Andrew Bonner.
Okay, so 84 days to be consistent with the others for the enclosure and 10 days to close the lid.
Thank you.
Thank you. Although it's Sephora, it might smell
Next case,
not as
page
bad.
16, Inspector Guy Seiderman, case number CE 24050074, case address 824 Northwest 17th Avenue, owner Cornita Pierre Louis, posted at property 11625, posted at 1 East Broward, 11625. Is there a respondent here for 824 Northwest 17th Avenue? Moving on, next case, page 26. Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 24060271, case address 1016 Northwest 10th Terrace, owner Alejandro Paez, posted at property 11525, posted at 1 East Broward, 11625.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Officer Exantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 24060271. Property address 1016 Northwest 10th Terrace. This property was first inspected in June 12, 2024, and the following violation were observed. Violation 9-308B. There's debris, trash, and other elements not permanent on the roof, including but not limited to tarp and bricks. Violation 9-280B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained, including but not limited to leaking ceiling. Violation 9-280G, there are electrical wires and accessories not maintained in a good and safe working condition, including but not limited to wires exposed on the outside on the outside non-covered electrical meter box. Violation 18-12A is complied. It is a repeat. Actually, let me read it, Your Honor. Violation 18-12A. There's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property in its well. This is a repeat violation per previous case, CE 23070420, and fines will begin to accrue immediately. And the case will be scheduled for a special magistrate hearing whether or not the property is brought into compliance prior to the special magistrate. Violation 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the swell area. Violation 9-363 is complied. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia boards, are stained and dirty. There are areas of the exterior that have stained and missing peeling paints. Violation 9-304B, the paved driveway is not well maintained. There's grass and weeds going through it, and it also needs to be repainted. Your Honor, for violation 18-12A, it is a repeat violation, and a total of 2 inspections was conducted, and the property was out of compliance. So the city is requesting $100 for each day that the property was out of compliance, which make it a total of $200 to be imposed. For all other violations, the city is requesting 28 days for violation 9-308B to comply, or fine of $100 each day thereafter. 28 days for violation 9-280B to comply, or fine of $100 for each day thereafter. 28 days for violation 9-280G to comply, or fine of $100 for each day thereafter. And 28 days for violation 9-305B, or fine of $100 for each day thereafter. And 28 days for violation 9-306, or $100 for each day thereafter, and also 28 days for violation 9-304B, or $100 for each day thereafter.
Okay, 306 was 28 days too?
Yes, Your Honor, all other violations are 28 days.
Okay, all right. Please state your name for the
Okay,
record.
hello, Your Honor. My name is Mauricio Paez. I'm one of
Okay.
the owners of the house.
All right. Are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 28 days?
Yes, as I understand, we pretty much have complied with all the new
Okay,
stuff.
well, that'll give the inspector some time to go out and re-inspect it. But you're also facing a $200 fine for the overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris, because that's a repeat violation.
Yes, regarding that, I would like to explain, as Exantus know, prior to 2024, we had really bad tenants which literally destroyed the house. They kind of like sub-rented, and they throw everything out to the side, so we had this problem before, and we are completely aware that we need to take care of that. And we right now, thankfully, have a really good tenant, which we have registered, and we're taking, responsibility with a gardener every month. We're maintaining it clean. I know with the rain, because it's a corner lot, it's a lot of grass. We have had to, it's like our second time that we have put new grass over there, and unfortunately the past tenants from long time before, they never maintain it, so right now we're taking care of that
All right,
full
hopefully
responsibility.
you won't have the problem in the future then.
Correct.
But because of the repeat violation, there'll be a $200 fine and 28 days on the other violations, or $100 a day thereafter.
Okay, so
Thank you.
Your Honor, the city want to add something for violation 9-280B and violation 9-280G. So we will need to have permission to to the interior so we can confirm compliance on those two violations.
Okay, so ordered. You need to let them in so
Perfect.
they can...
So should I arrange that with you directly?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, perfect. We will
Okay.
get in touch and I'll make sure.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, page 49, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 24120374, case address 1418 Northeast 57th Court, owner Juan Isla, posted at property 11525, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Manny, I need you to translate, please. She's here.
Right, so we need to translate.
Is the person here? Is the person here?
Are they here?
Okay, that's your address though, right?
Yeah.
1418. That's it, the account. Yeah, it's the right property.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Leonard Champagne.
1 second, Lenny. Gus East read it.
Oh, okay.
Translate truthfully from English to Spanish and Spanish to English. Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Leonard Champagne for the City of Fort Lauderdale for case number CE 24120374. Address is 1418 Northeast 57th Court. This case was cited, the property was cited on 12/16/2024 for 15282 D1C. There is a qualifying number of violations at this vacation rental property to request a 415-day certificate suspension before the special magistrate. The cases, there were 6 total violations with 3 cases. Okay, first case is CE 24100282, parking, trash carts, and responsible party response. Okay, the citations were paid on those violations. CE 24100455, responsible party response and parking citations were paid. CE 24100565, operation with an expired certificate, that was heard on 12/12/24, and it complied and was closed on 12/30/24. The city is requesting a full 415-day suspension of the vacation rental certificate.
15 días de suspensión para el certificado de su alquiler que tiene de short-term rental.
Sí, puedo ver.
Puede hablar ahí, por favor.
Sí. ¿Cómo la cosa?
Su nombre, por favor.
Juan Isla.
His name,
Okay.
¿Qué quiere decir, caballero?
No, que ella me dio 15 días. Ya todo está resuelto, pues se eliminó la plataforma de Airbnb.
Okay, he said basically, he's saying that you told him that within 15 days to eliminate the platform of Airbnb.
Correcto. Y todo lo otro está corregido y se pagaron la fianza
And then
también.
that everything else was
La
okay,
multa.
and there was actually a payment of a fine that he paid. ¿Qué más?
Bueno, que todo esto está corregido, pero
That everything else has been corrected and he doesn't understand.
Okay, can you explain to him that because he's had so many violations, 6 in total, that have already been determined to be violations, that I don't have any alternative but to suspend his license?
No tiene ninguna alternativa a la jueza para más que suspenderle su licencia por las violaciones anteriores que ha tenido, que en este caso han sido 6.
si no hay otra
Gus, can you
alternativa.
ask him if the property is for sale?
La propiedad la tiene en venta.
I know.
Sí,
Okay, the property's for sale and it's no longer being rented?
La propiedad está en venta y está alquilando la propiedad en este momento.
una de las dos que surja primero.
He says that one of the 2 is actually being rented out right now.
Okay, and how long will it be rented for?
¿Por cuánto tiempo la tiene alquilada?
No, ahora mismo no está alquilada, está vacía.
Okay, right now is not being rented, Pero la jueza le preguntó que si está alquilada o la va a vender.
Lo que surja primero.
Make sure he knows we're talking about 1418 Northeast 57th Court, because that's the only property that's in front of me.
La propiedad es 1418 Northeast 57 Court. Ahora, que usted tenga conocimiento de que es esta propiedad.
Sí.
He actually told me, he actually told me that he either wants to sell it or to rent it, whichever comes first.
Okay, so he's going to long-term rent it.
Va a alquilarla a largo plazo.
A largo plazo.
Yes, long term.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to grant the suspension for the short-term vacation
Le van a dar la
rental
suspensión para el
of
short-term rental
415
por
days.
415 días. Le van a quitar el certificado.
Okay, but he's free to rent it on a long-term
Pero usted
basis.
está libre de alquilar la propiedad a largo plazo.
Ajá. Déjame decirte que yo le tenía alquilado a una persona
I had this rented to a person,
y esa persona era la que hacía el Airbnb,
and
no era yo.
this person was the one doing the Airbnb, not me.
Yeah. Okay. Is there anybody in the property now?
¿Hay alguien en la propiedad en este momento?
No, nadie.
Okay. All right. Okay, so 415 days to start immediately.
Va a empezar 415 días inmediatamente de suspensión del Airbnb.
Okay.
Pero como dice la jueza, usted está libre para alquilarla a largo plazo.
A largo plazo.
Sí.
O venderla.
O venderla, or sell it, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Gracias, muy amable.
Oye, gracias a ti.
Our next case, page 66. Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 2410039, case address 2413 Gulfstream Lane, owner Namani Property LLC. This case was first heard at 12/12/24 to comply by 12/22/24. One section complied at $1,000 per day, $13,000 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount, and this is a continuance from the 12/12/24 hearing.
Inspector Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 241000329 for property located at 2413 Gulfstream Lane. At the Special Magistrate hearing on 9/26/2024, case CE 24080502 was presented to Special Magistrate Flynn as a finding of fact that this property was operating as a vacation rental without a certificate from the city. The finding of fact was found and ruled in favor of the city that if a repeat violation occurs, a fine of $1,000 per day would be imposed. On 10/15/2024, the property was found again operating as a vacation rental without a certificate under this case CE 241000329. The property came into compliance on 11/25/2024. While the property was out of compliance, re-inspections were conducted on the following days showing that a violation did exist. Those days are 10/16, 10/17, 10/18, 10/19, 10/23, 10/26, 10/30, 10/31, 11/6, 11/9, 11/13, 11/16, and 11/20 for a total of 13 days. The city is requesting the amount of fines to be imposed of $13,000. At the December 12, 2024 hearing, Special Magistrate Flynn granted a continuance of this massive hearing to allow the property owner/representative time to gather information for evidence to present showing that the property was not being used as a short-term rental during those times. And the representative is here for the continuance at this time, Your Honor.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Patrick Reese, representing the owner.
Okay. And what do you want to tell me?
So from last time, I was asked to get documentation from VRBO as well as Airbnb that stated that the listing was deactivated on the 12th, and it has never been active, and it's never received any reservations, any inquiries. So this is a documentation I was asked to present.
Okay, was it deactivated or was it taken down?
It was completely taken down, deactivated, not active, could not accept any requests, could not accept any bookings, has not generated any revenue whatsoever.
Your Honor, during those 13 days, it was activated and bookings could be made at that time.
Okay.
They don't show that it was active on their end. And this is a documentation that they sent to me.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, but deactivation doesn't comply, correct?
If they totally deactivated and took the ads down and the ads can't be seen, that would comply to violation. But during those 13 days, the advertisements were up, and the photos that are being presented shows that the advertisements are up, and I was able to go in and simulate booking a reservation on those 13 days.
Sorry, there's a discrepancy because they don't show that it was reactivated. They don't show any booking. If it was active, we would receive requests. We were in high season. It would have, and there's no requests. There's no bookings, no revenue generated from any of the platforms because it was completely deactivated. And both websites were deactivated the same day.
Sorry, we're just taking a look because neither provided property address, or the one does give a property ID number from VRBO. Airbnb doesn't have an address or a property ID number.
The one that he is showing on the website is only VRBO. The Airbnb was the additional supporting documentation I provided to show that both were actually deactivated on the same day.
Your Honor, these documentations that he submitted, it doesn't have any address showing 2413 Gulfstream Lane on them.
I can pull up the VRBO deactivated one showing the ID number coinciding with the ID on that.
Okay. I mean, but Your Honor can also see the pictures of the ads that were seen as testified by the inspector that he was able to pull up on the dates in question and go in and simulate a booking.
Looks to me like it was up there and available for rental.
I don't know why it shows that way because it definitely was not. If it was available for rental.
You got to go to, yeah, sorry. Just for the, yeah, thank you.
If it was truly available for rental, it would be likely there would be some sort of inquiry, some sort of booking, some sort of revenue generation, and both sites confirmed there was none. There was no intent to rent this property short-term after September 12th. The property was only listed for sale.
Anything else from the city?
The only thing is I could give you the admin costs if you wanna know what that is.
Okay.
Administrative costs, if you wanted to reduce it to that, is $1,169. However, I believe that, I mean, I was able to assimilate a booking, and whether they rented it out or not, that is a violation.
Okay. Yeah. Somebody call me?
Good afternoon, Special Magistrate. The city is not opposed to administrative costs in this case.
Okay, and what were they again?
$1,169.
Okay. I'm going to reduce to administrative costs of $1,169 because, you know, the original violation was found to exist, and really, for whatever reason, they reactivated
I totally understand
it.
your side as well.
Yeah, okay. All right, so I think that's a fair resolution to it.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Do I need the documentation? Do I need the documentation back?
Or do you want it part of the file?
You can keep it to the file.
Okay, thank
No? Okay. All right, thank you.
Our next case, page 64, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 2407-0775, case address 301 Northwest 12th Avenue, owner Little Boss Holdings, LLC. This case was first heard 11/12/24 to comply by 1/14/25. 4 sections not complied at $200 per day, $12,800 accrued, and the fines continue to accrue. This is a request for extension.
Go on, you guys. Bear with me for a moment. Okay, Vanessa Willis, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 240-70775 for property located at 301 Northwest 12th Avenue. This case was first heard on November 12, 2024 by Magistrate Flynn. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and Magistrate Flynn ordered 63 days to comply or $200 per day thereafter. Violations 9-305B, no compliance, 16 days at $200. The total now is $3,200. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a recurring violation per previous case CE 241-070094. Violation 47-34.1.A.1, no compliance, 16 days at $200 equals the total is $3,200. There is illegal land use occurring at this RC-15 zoned property. There is non-permitted outdoor storage of items, including but not limited to bricks, boxes, bottles, jugs, etc. This is a recurring violation per previous case CE 210-70094. Violation 9-306, no compliance, 16 days at $200. The total is $3,200. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and gutters, are in disrepair. Fascia is also dirty and stained. Violation 18-4C, complied. Violation 9-304B, no compliance, 16 days at $200. Total is $3,200. There are vehicles or trailers parked on the grass or lawn area. And violation 9-363, complied, failure to register the residential rentals. Violation 47-34.4.A.1, complied. The property owner or their designee, you're the property owner, correct?
No, I'm representing the owner today.
Representing, okay. He's here to speak on behalf of the property. Go ahead.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Gustavo Ramos.
Okay, why isn't this property in compliance?
This property, we have a problem with this tenant, so we are removing the tenant. He's on eviction right now. We are trying to do the quarters.
How much time do you need for the extension?
That's an excellent question because we started the eviction because he stopped communicating and helping this year, so we start the eviction this year. I have copy of the eviction notice.
Okay, I'll take a look at that.
Magistrate, the city does not oppose to an extension of 56 days with a stay of the fines.
All right. Okay, we'll give you a 56-day extension, and you want an order to reappear because of the eviction?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to give you a 56-day extension. I'm going to suspend the fines during that time, but you will reappear on my March 27th docket to give me an update, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case, page 25, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 24050598, case address 1400 Chateau Park Drive, owner Marlon M. Padilla, posted at property 11525, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Good afternoon again, Your Honor. Officer Xantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 2405-0598, property address 1400 Chateau Park Drive. This property was first inspected in May 17, 2024, and the following violations were observed. Violation 18-4C is complied. Violation 9-304B. There are multiple vehicles and RVs parked on the grass lawn area. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swale area. This is a repeat violation per case CE 2304-0148. And this case will be presented before the special magistrate, whether or not it comes to compliance or not prior to the special magistrate, and fine shall continue to accrue from the date it was first observed until compliance is met. Violation 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property. This is a repeat violation of case CE 2304-0148, and will be presented before the special magistrate, whether it comes to compliance or not. Fine shall accrue from the date it was first observed until compliance is met. Violation 47-34.18.1. There is illegal land use occurring at this property. There's outdoor storage, including but not limited to plywood and other miscellaneous items. This is not permitted per the ULDR of this RS8 zone, single-family residence. This is also a repeat violation of case CE 2304-0148, and will be presented before the special magistrate. Whether it comes to compliance or not, fine shall accrue from the date it was first observed until compliance is met. Your Honor, there's a total of 3 violations that are repeat, and they were out of compliance for a total of 8 days. So the city is requesting $100 for each of those violations that were out of compliance, and these violations are violation 9-305B, violation 18-12A, and violation 47-34.1.8.1. The city is requesting $800 to be imposed for each violation, as they are now in compliance. The remaining violation is 9-304B, and the city is requesting 10 days for the vehicle parked on the lawn area, or fines of $100 for each day thereafter.
Okay, please state your name.
Julio Zarco.
Okay. Because of the repeat nature of the violations, you've accumulated fines of $2,400 for the landscape, the overgrowth, trash and rubbish, and other things that were stored on the property. This is a repeat. This has happened before. We've had another case for you. So that's why you're here on a repeat violation and why the fines have accumulated.
Could I explain that? I actually left about 7 months ago for training in the military, so I haven't been home to be able to like maintain the house, like the rubbish, cutting the grass in the front yard. Now that we're home, or that I'm home, I've been able to take care of the lawn more. I've been picking up trash every day, cause you know a lot of people like seem to like throw the rubbish on the ground. But since I'm home now, like I will assure you everything will be like to the standard and violation. I just asked that since I wasn't home for the past 6-7 months, I asked that if you can like remove those fines because I haven't been home and my grandfather lives in the house, but he's of age and he doesn't really know like of getting the mail. So my mother didn't even know of the violations that were occurring because she doesn't stop by the house as she lives with her husband. So if that would be great.
Okay. And you understand that there's still an active violation for the RV that's parked on the property?
Yes. Today in the morning, the RV that's parked in front, we removed it. That one's done. But the two RVs in the back, we actually just came from the city before coming here. We were looking to get permits to put gravel on the yard for that. So we're just waiting on the permits.
Have you submitted an application?
Not yet, but they gave me an address to go to right here. So we were actually going to do that today.
All right. So I'll give you 56 days on that one.
Okay.
And anything else on the fines?
No, Your Honor. These are repeat violations, so I'll leave it up to you.
Okay. All right.
Excuse me. For the fines, if I asked for forgiveness because I haven't been home. I haven't been able to take care of the reoccurring problems.
Okay.
And all the cars are removed. I'm making sure everyone is parked on the gravel.
Do I have the authority to waive or just sign these repeat?
That's not what I'm saying. What happened?
No, ya, no están preocupados.
Just give me a minute.
No problem.
I mean, it's a repeat, but lien amnesties makes it really inexpensive once they're in compliance.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to reduce the fines to $300 in light of the fact that your grandfather is elderly and you've not been able to be here to help him. And I'll give you 56 days to take care of the RV, or there'll be a fine of $100 a day thereafter, and that's it.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
That's the end of the respondents. We'll take a 5-minute recess.
Yes.
Code officers, code officers before.
Our first case, page 3, Inspector Ramon Oliveira. Case number CE24110464, case address 1108 Southwest 22nd Avenue. Owner 1108 Fort Lauderdale Land Trust, Antoine Gendry, trustee, posted at property 1925, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Good afternoon, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, Code Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 24110464 for the property located at 1108 Southwest 22nd Ave. The property was inspected on November 10, 2024, and the following violations were observed. 9305A, complied. There is growth of landscape material encroaching upon the public right-of-way. The tree on the swale has branches encroaching onto the sidewalk. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 220700618. Violations 1812A, complied. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and its swale. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 240200459. Violations 9306, complied. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including the fascia, soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 240200459. Violation 18-1, complied. There is outdoor storage underneath the carport consisting of items including but not limited to tarps and cardboard boxes at the property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of the adjacent properties. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 240200459. As of November 30th, 2024, the property is now in compliance. The city is seeking finding of fact for all violations read.
So ordered.
Next case, page 4, Inspector Ramon Oliveira, case number CE 24110611, case address 651 Southwest 26th Avenue, owner Indus LLC, posted at property 1925, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Code Officer Ramon Oliveira for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 24110611 at property address 651 Southwest 26th Avenue. This property was inspected on November 22nd, 2024, and the following violations were observed. 18-4C, complied. 9-304B, complied. There is a derelict vehicle parked on the front lawn at this residential property. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case CE 22090076. 18-12A, complied. 9-280C, the walkway of this property was observed in disrepair. There are areas of the walkway that are uneven and overgrown with weeds. As of the pre-hearing inspection of January 29, 2025, the property is not in compliance. The city is requesting 28 days to come into compliance of section 9280C or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered. And do you want a finding of fact on 9-304B?
Yes.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Gil Williams, case number CE 24030232, case address 2900 North Federal Highway, owner Ethan Allen, Inc., in care of lease administrator, posted at property 122324, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Senior Officer Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 240-30232, address 2900 North Federal Highway. This case was first cited on March 8, 2024 for the following violations. 18-12A, complied. Violation 47-19.5.D.5. There is a buffer wall on the property that needs repair. The buffer wall in the back alley is broken and fallen in sections. There are sections that are missing and in disrepair. 24-4, comply. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 21st, 2025, and violation 4719.5.d.5 remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 56 days to comply or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter.
Okay, I just need a minute. They just put up the photos. Okay. All right. Okay, now tell me what you want again, Gil. Sorry.
56 days to comply or $100 per day.
Okay,
thereafter.
so ordered.
Thank you.
Pardon? No.
Next case, page 5, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 2405-0885, case address 3827 Southwest 12th Court, numbers 1 through 4. Owner PGK Investments, LLC, posted at property 11325, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Good morning, Inspector Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case just read in. This property was first inspected on 6/1/24, and the following violations were observed. 9-363, landlord registration was complied as of 1/29/25. 9-280, parentheses B, building parts slash accessories. There are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained. The ceiling in apartment 1 inside the bedroom has cracks and stains and is not being maintained. Contact has been made with the property owner, who informed Moore that instead of patching the leak, he has opted to replace the entire roof. He has already taken steps by applying for the necessary permits. Moore did verify that a building permit is currently under review with the city under BLDGEN 250-10323. As of pre-hearing inspection dated 1/29/2025, the property remains out of compliance. The city is requesting 84 days or $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 2411-0192, case address 2415 Davie Boulevard, owner Hess Retail Stores LLC, Property Tax Department, posted at property 1925, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Senior Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, presenting case CE 2411-0192, property address 2415 Davie Boulevard. This property was cited on November 7th, 2024. For the following violation, 1812A, there is trash, rubbish, and debris that includes large bulk pile of landscape debris on this property and or its swell. The city is unable to abate due to no trespassing sign in front of the vacant lot. Pre-hearing inspection revealed the following violations remain. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that shows violations as depicted. The city is requesting 10 days to comply or a fine of $100 per day.
So ordered.
Next case, page 6, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 24110107, case address 108 Northeast 16th Avenue, owner Allier LTD, posted at property 1925, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
And that's on 108 Northeast 16th Avenue. Inspector Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 24110-107, located at 108 Northeast 16th Avenue. This property was inspected on 11/15/2024. Violation 4720.20H. There is a parking facility that is not being maintained at this property. There are potholes, missing and faded stripes and discoloration at that location. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts including fascia, soffits, and balconies are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains or missing and peeling paint. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 29, 2025, and the following violations have not complied as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $150 per day per violation thereafter for both violations, 47-20.20.H and 9-306.
So ordered.
Next case, page 8, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 24090453, case address 425 Northwest 14th Way, owner David Andres Santa Maria, posted at property 11125, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Co-Compliance Officer Vanessa Willis for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 2409043 for property located at 425 Northwest 14th Way. This property was first inspected on September 18, 2024, and given time to correct for the following violations. Violation 18-12A, complied. Violation 9-304B, complied. Violation 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint, including but not limited to the front, sides, and rear walls, as well as fascia. Violation 9-363, failure to register the residential rental dwelling within the city. The free application has not been submitted or is incomplete. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 29, 2025, and the following violations, 9-305B, 9-306, have not complied, and 9-363 have not complied as depicted on the photos. The city is requesting 56 days to comply for violations 9-305B and 9-306, or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter. And for violation 9-363, the city is requesting 15 days to comply, or a fine of $250 per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 241000286, case address 1050 Northwest 6th Street, owner 1050 Northwest 6th Street, LLC, posted at property 11125, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Vanessa Willis, City of Fort Lauderdale, Co-Compliance, presenting case CE 241000286 for property located at 1050 Northwest 6th Street. This property was first inspected on October 13, 2024, and given time to correct for the following violations. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint, including but not limited to front, side, and rear walls, as well as fascia. This is a repeat violation per previous case, CE 220-20932, and as such, fines will begin to accrue from the date the violation was first cited, which was October 13, 2024, an amount of $200 a day, which continues to accrue, and then violation 47-20.20H. There are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. The parking facility has potholes, faded, missing striping, parking stops which are dirty and or missing paint, and asphalt that has cracks throughout. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 29, 2025, and the following violations, 9-306 and 47-20.20H, have not complied as depicted on the photos. The city is requesting 56 days to comply, or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter.
What about for the repeat violation?
The 200. Okay, that's going to be the $200 per day, which will continue to accrue.
Okay, you're not asking me to impose a fine today on that?
Yes.
You are?
Yes, I am.
But I need a dollar figure.
It started on October 13th.
The-
Do you know how many days?
October 13th. Yeah, the $200 per day is what I'm requesting.
Okay, do the math. $200 a day. No, in my order, do the math.
But this is,
okay.
if I'm
All right,
correct,
so ordered.
Our next case, page 10, Inspector Manuel Garcia, case number CE 24120136, case address 818 Southwest 4th Place, owner Mosdale Inc. This case is being rescheduled. Next case, page 11, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 24110174, case address 1012 Southeast 15th Street, owner Patio Condo Association Inc., posted at property 11625, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Inspector Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address as read into the record. Senior Inspector Bernstein inspected this property on November 8th, 2024, and cited for the following violation. 47-20.20.H. There are parking facilities that are not maintained at this RM25 zone property. There are areas of the parking lot that have cracks and potholes. The parking lot line is faded. 9-308B is complied. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. The soffit is stained. Inspection report was posted on the property on November 8th, 2024, and a copy was mailed to the owner listed on BCPA. Re-inspected this property December 12th, 2025, posted January 6th, 2025. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted January 23rd, 2025, and found that the violations remain. The city is asking 56 days to comply or a fine of $100 thereafter.
Okay, there appears to be a problem with the pictures.
Oh.
There we go.
There you go.
Okay, so ordered.
Next case, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 24110718, case address 490 Southeast 21st Street, numbers 1 through 7, owner William Biebluck and Ronald Rogowski, posted at property 1625, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Inspector Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address read into the record. The business tax inspector, Brian Roca, inspected this property on November 26, 2024, and cited for the following violation. 15-28, the business apartment building, 49 Southeast 21st Street, numbers 1 through 7 at this location is operating without a current year business tax receipt. Inspection report was posted on the property on November 26, 2024, and a copy was mailed to the owner. Re-inspected December 12, 2024, posted January 6, 2025. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 23rd, 2025, and found that the violation remains. The city is requesting 15 days to comply or $100 thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 24120041, case address 1832 South Ocean Drive, owner BT Ocean Drive LLC, posted at property 1825, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Inspector Rafael Santos for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address read into the record. I inspected this property on December 3rd, 2024, and cited for the following violation. 18-12A, there's trash, rubbish, and debris on this vacant property. Inspection report was posted on the property December 3rd, 2024, and a copy was mailed to the owner listed on BCPA. Re-inspected December 19th, 2024, posted January 8th, 2025. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted January 23rd, 2025, and found that the violation remains. The city is requesting 10 days to comply or a fine of $100 thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 12, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 24100425, case address 900 South Federal Highway, owner DeGour Investment 3 LLC, personal service on 11325, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Good afternoon, Special Magistrate Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 24100425 for the property located at 900 South Federal Highway. Inspection of the property was performed on October 17, 2024, and cited for the following violations. 18-12A has complied. 47-20.20.H. There are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. The parking facility requires resurfacing and restriping. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA via first class mail on October 17, allowing 30 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the property owner and the tenant. Special magistrate request form on December 12, 2024, and scheduled for today's special master. Pre-hearing inspection was done on January 28th, and the pictures presented here are taken to confirm the violations still exist.
Yeah, I'm not seeing them, Gus.
Yeah, we're having a little bit of technical difficulties. Yeah.
Something with the internet.
Yeah.
Okay.
The city is requesting 56 days to come into compliance, or a daily fine of $100 for the violations that exist.
So ordered.
Your Honor, this is the parking lot if you wish to see it.
Yeah, okay,
It's just the parking lot.
good.
Next case, page 13, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 24110553, case address 1110 South Federal Highway, owner South Federal Highway Dental Building LLC, posted at property 11325, posted at 1 East Bar at 11625.
Good afternoon, Special Magistrate Gus Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 24110553 for the property located at 1110 South Federal Highway. Inspection of the property was performed on November 20th, 2024, and cited for the following violations. 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stained, missing, peeling paint. There are areas of the frontage of the property that have graffiti. Special Magistrate, this is a recurring violation for case number CE 23070255. This case will be presented to Special Magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. 18-12A. There is trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and in its swale. Again, this is a recurring violation for case CE 23070255. This case will be presented to Special Magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA via first class mail on November 20th, allowing 14 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the owner's representative. Special Magistrate request form sent on December 12th for today's special master. Pre-hearing inspection was done on January 28th, and the pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violations have not been brought into compliance. The city is seeking the following. For 9-306, 28 days. And for 18-12A, 15 days. Or a daily fine of $100 for each of the violations that exist. Photos submitted into record for evidence.
So ordered.
And also a finding of fact for 9-306 and 18-12A.
So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yep.
Next case, also page 13, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 24090753, case address 824 Northwest 15th Avenue, owner YN Investment LLC, posted at property 11625, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Guy Soderman, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 240907753 for the property located at 824 Northwest 15th Ave. The property was first inspected on 10/1/2024 and given time to correct the following violations. 9 TAC 305B, the landscape of the property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. The rear of the property is missing ground cover as well, and there needs to be grass inside. This is a repeat violation per case CE 23010295. The city is requesting fines of $100 per day, which shall accrue from the date first observed October 1st, 2024, until compliance is met. 9 TAC 280H1, the wooded fence at the property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There are sections that have damaged or missing slates. The chain link fence in the rear of the property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The top support bar is not secured. There are missing sections of the fence. This is a reoccurring violation from case CE 240-30024. This case will be presented to the special magistrate whether or not compliance is met prior to the hearing. The city is requesting compliance within 28 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. 9 TAC 304B, the gravel driveway is not being maintained. There are missing gravel and weeds growing through it. Gravel driveway is not well graded and or dust free. The gravel driveway is not defined. This is a repeat violation per case CE 240-30024. The city is requesting fines of $100 per day, which shall accrue from the date it was first observed, October 1st, 2024, until compliance is met. 9 TAC 306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia, soffit, and other disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains, missing peeling paint. The stairs are in disrepair and also stains and dark marks from the front door. Also, the stairs on the right side of the house are in disrepair and railings are not properly attached and or supported and falling over. This is a repeat violation per case CE 230-10295. The city is requesting the fines of $100 per day, which shall accrue from the date it was observed, October 1st, 2024, until compliance is met. 1812A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and or its swell. The violation complied on 1/27/2025. However, it's a repeat violation from case CE 230-10295. The city is requesting $100 for each day it was observed to be in violation, which was 10/1, 11/6, 11/25, 12/18, 11/25, 12/18, 1/6, 1/16, and 1/27, for a total of $700 to be in violation. 18/1 complied. 9 TAC 308B, there is debris and other elements which are not permanent on the roof. The roof has dark marks and stains that need to be power washed and or painted. The city is requesting compliance within 28 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. My pre-hearing inspection was done on 1/27/2025 and the property remains in violation.
Okay, I think so.
28 days or $100, you said? 308B.
308B, 28 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
And now 9-306, $100 a day from 10/21/24, is that correct?
Correct. October 1st, 2024 until compliance is met. 10/1.
Okay, and 9-304B, $100 a day from when?
Observed October 1st, 2024 until compliance is met.
Same with 9-305B?
correct. It's going to be October 1st, 2024, the same as well.
Okay, so ordered.
Next case, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 24070296, case address 630 Northwest 22nd Road, owner Edmund Villard, posted at property 11625, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Guy Siderman, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 24070296 for the property located at 630 Northwest 22nd Road. This property was first inspected on 7/12/2024 and given time to correct for the following violations. Violations 1812A. There is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and its swell. There are cups, trash on the swell and throughout the entire property. Violation 47, TAC 21.9.M. Withdrawn. The city is requesting compliance within 10 days or a fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 16, Inspector Guy Siderman, case number CE 24050074, case address 824 Northwest 17th Avenue, owner Cornita Pierre Lewis, posted on property at 11625, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Guy Siderman, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 21100681 for the property located at 824 Northwest 17th Ave. The property was first inspected on 5/3/2024 and given time to correct for the following violations. 9 TAC 280H1, the fence at this property is in disrepair, is not being maintained as required. All fencing must have proper parts and in working order. The poles should all be connected. There are fence poles in the front and left side with no tops on it. Also, the poles in the fence on the right side goes through the bushes and it's not connected or attached properly with the proper parts. The city is requesting compliance within 56 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. 9 TAC 304B, the paved driveway is not well graded or dust free. There are cracks, grass growing through it. Also, there are oil and dirt stains on the driveway which need to be power washed. Cracks need to be filled in and the weeds removed from the cracks. This violation complied on 1/27/2025. However, this is a reoccurring violation from case CE 240-20669. The case will be presented to a special magistrate whether or not compliance is met. 9 TAC 305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the swell area in the front of the house. The city is requesting compliance within 56 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. This is a recurring violation from case CE 210-60385. The case will be presented to a special magistrate whether or not compliance is met prior to the hearing. 1812A, there is overgrowth, rubbish, and debris surrounding the property and or its swell. There is overgrowth in the fence and throughout it. The swell area and the fence line has overgrowth and weeds. The city is requesting compliance within 10 days or a fine of $50 per day thereafter. This is a reoccurring violation from case CE 240-20669. This case will be presented to a special magistrate whether or not compliance is met prior to the hearing. Also, the city is requesting for a finding of fact for violation 9 TAC 304B.
Was that one complied?
That one, let's make sure. That is complied.
Okay. So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 17, Inspector Muhammad Dayam, case number CE 24110256, case address 909 Orange Isle. Owner Louis S. Banton, posted at property 11125, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Good afternoon. This is Mohammed Dam, State of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, presenting case C 24110256 for property located at 909 Orange Isle. The inspection was conducted on November 13th, 2024, and the following violation was observed. 18-12A, there is a significant overgrowth and trash present, including debris, leaves, and metal bar located at the front, side, and rear of the property. The issue has been previously documented under case number CE 2307-0047, which makes it a recurring violation. On December 18th, 2024, the violation was complied. At this time, the city is only requesting a finding of fact.
So ordered. Next case, page 18, Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 241000351, case address 2835 Southwest 18 Terrace, numbers 1 and 2, owner 1571 Land Trust LLC, posted at property 11025, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 241000351 for property located at 2835 Southwest 18th Terrace. The property was first inspected on October 16, 2024, and the following violations were observed. 9-363, failure to register the residential rental dwellings within the city. The free application has not been submitted or is incomplete. 9-307A, complied. 9-279E, complied. 47-34.1.A.1, complied. 9-280C, the exterior walkway paint is faded and showing multiple cracks. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 29th, 2025. The property remains in violation. The city is requesting 10 days to comply or a fine of $250 per day thereafter for violation under 9-363, and 28 days to comply or a fine of $100 per day thereafter for violation 9-280C.
So ordered. Next case, page 19, Inspector Mohammed Dayam, case number CE 24110708, case address 1000 West State Road 84, owner 1000 Marina Mile Development LLC, posted at property 11025, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Mohammed Dam, City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting case CE 24110708 for property located at 1000 West State Road 84. This property was first inspected on November 30th, 2024, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, there is trash, rubbish, and debris on the rear of this property and its swale, including cans, plastic bottles, styrofoam plates. The case is complied. However, this is a recurring violation as per case number CE 24050123. Violation 9-304B, complied. Violation 9-305B, the swale at front and rear of this property is not being maintained to a neat and well-kept standard with visible areas of dead and missing ground cover. 47-20.20.H, complied. 47-21.9.K, decorative stone or gravel is being utilized at this location in excess of the maximum 10% of the total landscape area. 9-280H1, the chain link fence at the rear of the property is in disrepair with a bent gate. The case is complied. However, this is a recurring violation from case number CA 24050123. 9-305A, complied. 47-34.1.A.1, complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted in January 29th, 2025, and the property remains in violation. The city is requesting a finding of fact for violation 18-12A and 9-280H1. The city is also requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter for violation 9-305B and violation 47-21.9.K.
So ordered. Next case, page 20, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 2408-0026, case address 2440 Northwest 31st Avenue, owner Marcus Fertil and Michaela Fertil, posted at property 121624, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case and address is read into the record. The property was inspected on 8/1 and the following violations were observed. 9-363 has complied. 18-12A has complied. 9-305B, the landscape on the property is not being maintained in a well-kept appearance. There are areas of missing ground cover. 9-304B, there are vehicles and trailers parked on the grass. The driveway in front of the property is in disrepair and has cracks and potholes and needs to be resurfaced. An inspection report was posted on 8/1/24. A notice of hearing was posted on 12/16/24. As of pre-hearing inspection on 1/28/25, violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 56 days or $50 a day for each violation.
So ordered. Next case, Inspector Karen Proto, case number CE 24080497, case address 2781 Northwest 22nd Street, owner Indus LLC, posted at property 12/16/24, posted at 1 East Broward 1/16/25.
Inspector Proto for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case and address is read into the record. The property was inspected on 8/20/24 and the following violations were observed. 8-4C has complied. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 2305-0161 and will be presented in front of the magistrate whether it comes in compliance or not. 9-304B has complied. There are vehicles on the grass area. This is a recurring violation. Refer to case number CE 2305-0161 and will be presented in front of the magistrate whether it comes in compliance or not. 9-305B has complied. 9-363 has complied. An inspection report was posted on the property on 8/20/24. Notice of hearing was posted on 12/16/24. As of pre-hearing inspection on 1/28/25, violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is seeking finding of fact for violations 18-4C and 9-304B.
But it's all in compliance, right?
So the case is in compliance except seeking finding of fact for 18-4C and 9-304.
Okay, so ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 22, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 2401-1044, case address 1601 Northwest 14th Street, owner 1601 Northwest 14th Street, LLC, posted at property 11525, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Good afternoon again, Your Honor. Officer Exantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 2401-1044, property address 1601 Northwest 14th Street. Property was first inspected in February 1st, 2024, and the following violation were observed. Violation 18-12A is complied. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in the neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the swell area. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia boards, soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stained and missing peeling paint. Violation 9-280G, there are electrical wires and accessories not maintained in a good, safe, and working condition, including but not limited to the air conditioner and water heater not working. Violation 9-280B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained. The ceiling and the door of the laundry room are in disrepair. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February 15, 2025, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on February. A notice of hearing was conducted on January 15, 2025, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 24, 2025, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days to correct all violation or a fine of $100 for each day thereafter.
So ordered. Next case, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 2406-0480, case address 1181 Northwest 19th Street, owner FYR, SFR Borough LLC in Cara Haven Brook Homes, posted at property 11525, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Again, good afternoon, Your Honor. Officer Exantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 2406-0007. Property address 1617 Northwest 11th Place. This property was first inspected on June. You said 81 19th Street? I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, let me start over. Case number CE 24060480, property address 1181 Northwest 19th Street. This property was first inspected on June 22nd, 2024, and the following violation were observed. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. This is a repeat violation per previous case CE 23060467. Fines will begin to accrue immediately and scheduled for a special magistrate hearing whether or not the property is brought into compliance. Violation 9-304B. There are vehicle parked on the grass lawn area. This is a repeat violation as well per case CE 23060467, and fines will begin to accrue immediately and scheduled for a special magistrate hearing whether or not the property is brought into compliance. Violation 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its swell. At this time, all violations are in compliance. Violation 9-305B and violation 9-304B are repeat violation, and they were out of compliance for a total of a day. And the city requesting $200 to be imposed for each violation. Thank you.
So ordered.
Next case, page 26, Inspector Bover Exantis, case number CE 2406-0007, case address 1617 Northwest 11th Place, owner Lily Turner, posted at property 11525, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Officer Exensis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, case number CE 2406-0007. Property address 1617 Northwest 11th Place. The property was first inspected on June 1st, 2024, and the following violation were observed. Violation 9-280H1. The chain link fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The fence has broken and missing parts. Violation 9-304B. There are vehicle parked on the grass lawn area. The asphalt driveway is in disrepair, as well as the gravel driveway is worn through and grass and weeds growing through it. Violation 9-304B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover included on the right-of-way. Violation 18-12A. There's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its well. Violation 47-34.1.8.1. There's illegal land use occurring at this property. There's outdoor storage, including but not limited to tires, table, woods, and other miscellaneous items. This is not permitted per the ULDR of this RS8 zone, single-family residence. Violation 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia boards, are stained and dirty. There are areas of the exterior that have stained and missing peeling paint. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on January 15, 2025, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 22nd, 2025, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days for violation 18-12A, or a fine of $25 for each day thereafter, and 56 days for all other violations, or a fine of $25 for each day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next case, page 28, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 2407-0046, case address 610 Southwest 28th Drive, posted at property, owner AES USA LLC, posted at property 11325, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Inspector Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case just read in. This property was first inspected on 7/2/24, and the following violations were observed. 9-305(b), landscape maintenance has complied. 9-306, exterior maintenance is also complied. And 9-363, landlord registration, non-complied. Failure to register the residential property dwelling within the city. The free application has not been submitted or is incomplete. 18-1, public nuisance is complied. 9-304B, parking on the lawn is also complied. There has been no contact with the property owner whatsoever, and as of pre-hearing inspection dated 1/29/25, the violation of landlord registration remains out of compliance. The city is requesting 15 days or $250 per day thereafter.
So ordered. What about the other two? What? Oh, I only had two complied. Okay. All right.
Next case, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 24070332, case address 640 Southwest 28th Drive, owner 800 LLC, posted at property 11325, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Inspector Rachel Moore again, presenting case just read in. This property was first inspected on 7/14/24, and the following violations were observed. 24-7(b), bulk trash, which is complied. 9-304(b), parking on the lawn, non-complied. There are vehicles, trailers parked on this grass lawn area. 9-305(b), landscape maintenance, missing ground cover. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and or missing ground cover. 9-363 landlord registration is also non-complied as of yesterday. 129. Failure to register the residential rental dwelling within the city. The free application has not been submitted or is incomplete. 25-4. Sidewalk obstruction, which is complied. 24-27(b), trash carts not pulled back, is also complied. Initially, there was no contact with the property owner. However, it was just discovered today that the reason is because the property owner unfortunately passed away a month ago. And the person that has been assigned to look after his properties in order to bring them into compliance could not speak today because they had not submitted the paperwork to do so. So, as a pre-hearing inspection dated 1/29/05, the property remains out of compliance. The city is requesting the following. 9-304(b), parking on the lawn, 10 days or $100 per day thereafter. For 9-305(b), the landscape maintenance, 56 days or $100 per day thereafter. And 9-363, landlord registration, 15 days or $250 per day thereafter.
So ordered. This one was 50 to 10 days and 100.
Next case, page 30, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 24110101, case address 2870 Southwest 1st Street, numbers 1 through 4, owner Drax Investment Properties 3 LLC, posted at property 11625, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Again, Inspector Rachel Moore for the city is Fort Lauderdale, presenting case just read in. This property was first inspected on 11/5/24, and the following violations were observed. 18-12(a), overgrowth and trash, which is now complied. But however, there is trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and or swell, and this is a recurring violation per case number CE 24060603, and that is why it is being presented to the special magistrate today. Contact was made with the property owner regarding the violations. As of pre-hearing inspection dated 1/29, the property remains in compliance, and the city is requesting a finding of fact for the violation of 18-12(a).
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 31, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 24090060, case address 1000 Tennessee Avenue, owner Beryl Sargent Estates, posted at property 11625, posted at 1 East Briar at 11625.
Inspector Rachel Moore, presenting case just read in. This property was first inspected on 9/4/24 and the following violations were observed. 9-280(H)(1), fence in disrepair, which is non-complied. The fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There are broken parts of the fence wall and parts that have dark marks which is not being maintained. This is a recurring violation per case CE 22060-725. Violation 9-306, exterior maintenance, non-complied. The exterior maintenance walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. There are a few spots throughout the wall of the property that have dark marks and need to be painted and or power washed. The left side of the carport and several areas that the paint has faded. 9-305(A), landscape encroaching on the right-of-way, has complied. Violation 18-11(A), pool in disrepair, non-complied. The pool at this unoccupied property has green stagnant water and is not being maintained on a regular basis. This condition presents a health and safety issue for the community that it may become a breeding ground for mosquitoes, and it's also a public nuisance. This is a recurring violation per case number CE 22060-725. 9-80(D), accessory violation. The screen patio and canopy awning in the rear of the property covering the pool are in disrepair. The screens and the canopy are torn. There has been absolutely no contact with the property owner regarding any of the violations. As per hearing inspection dated 1/29, the property does remain out of compliance. The city is requesting the following. For 18-11(A), pool in disrepair, 10 days or $100 per day thereafter.
Could I amend that, Inspector?
Sure.
And I was waiting to hear if we'd heard anything. I mean, this is an occupied property, Your Honor, and obviously in conjunction with the screen patio, the screens are in disrepair, the fence is in disrepair. It's really a safety issue, right, for animals, small children to go in and out. So I would respectfully request a $500 a day fine. And it's occupied?
It's unoccupied.
Oh, it's unoccupied.
It is unoccupied.
Yeah.
That was a typo for the record.
It looks like there might be, it was owned by an estate, so, yeah.
So we're doing 500 for that one?
That's what I'd
per day?
request, Your Honor.
Okay, so ordered.
Right now.
Okay. And all remaining violations, I'm requesting 56 days or $100 per day thereafter. And also, the city is requesting a finding of fact for the violation of 9-280(H)(1).
Is that in compliance?
No. Fence in disrepair?
Yeah, you'll get a finding of fact.
Fact
anyway
after?
on that.
Okay.
Okay,
Sounds good. Thank you.
all right, thank you.
Next case, page 33, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 24110232, case address 1771 East Sunrise Boulevard, owner 1771 East Sunrise JAD LLC, posted at property 1925, posted at 1 East Broward at 11625.
Inspector Jean-Claude Noel with the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting the case that was just read. 42-22.9, case is complied. Signs has been erected without the required permit from the City of Fort Lauderdale. There's a feather flag and other signs on the swale at the smoke and vape shop. This is a reoccurring violation. See previous case number CE 241000709. This case will proceed to special magistrate to obtain finding of fact.
So ordered.
Next case, page 34, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 24060305, case address 317 Northeast 13th Avenue, Owner, Marks Michaelis Family Revocable Trust, Stephen J. Marks Trustee, and all others, posted at property 1925, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting the case that was just read. This property was first inspected on 6/15/2024 and given time to correct for this following violations. 9-304B complied, 9-280B complied, 18-12 complied, 9-305. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead or missing ground cover to include the swale. 9-306 complied. 47-20.13.f. This is there is a prohibited gravel for a multifamily property in the right-of-way. Removal of all prohibited gravel from the right-of-way. Replace the right-of-way of the swale area or street parking or driveway approach or apron for vehicular ingress and egress. Approved materials for the paving in the swale areas shall be asphalt or removable concrete/grass pavers. They must obtain a permit. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 29, 2025, and the following violations has not been complied as depicted. The city is requesting 84 days to comply or a fine of $100 per day per the violation 4720.13.f and 9-305B.
So ordered.
Next case, page 35, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 24070219, case address 312 Northeast 16th Terrace, owner Saint Media Group LLC, posted at property 1925, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance, presenting the case that was just read. This property was first inspected on 7/10/2024 and given time to correct. For these following violations: 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris surrounding the property and or its swale. The 9-304B, the pavers at this driveway at this property is not being maintained. The surface is stained with dirt or oil. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover to include the swale. 9-305, there's growth in landscape material along the accumulation of leaves encroaching upon the public right-of-way. 25-4 is complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 29, 2025, and the following violations have not been complied as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days to comply or a fine of $100 per day for the violation thereafter for 18-12A. And for the remaining violations, the city is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $100 per day per violation.
So ordered. Next case, page 37, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 24090544, case address 1301 Northeast 5th Street, owner Philippe Jaden and Charles Langendries, posted at property 1925, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting the case that was just read. This property was first inspected on 9/21/2024 and was given time to correct for the following violations: 18-12A complied, 9-304B complied, 9-305. The landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead or missing ground cover to include the swale. There's gravel that's embedded in the swale. 9-305 complied, 9-306 complied, 9-308 complied, 18-1 complied. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 29, 2025, and the following violations have not complied with as depicted in the photo. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter, the violation of 9-305B.
So ordered.
Next case, page 39, Inspector Manuel Garcia presenting case number CE 2401-1037, case address 1045 Northwest 2nd Avenue, owner Gap Home LLC, posted at property 1825, posted at 1 East Briar 11625.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 2401-1037, reference to property 1045 Northwest 2nd Avenue. This property was cited on February 1st, 2024 for the following violations: 9-279E, 9-279G, 9-279I, 9-280B have been complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-306 has complied. 18-12A has complied. 47-20.20H, there are parking facilities that are not maintained at this RMM 25 zone property. The parking area was observed deteriorated with uneven surfaces and cracks. There are no parking stripes to properly divide each individual parking space. The approach of the parking area is in disrepair. The gravel surface was observed uneven and overgrown with weeds. 9-363, failure to register the residential rental dwelling within the city. Reinspection was performed on January 24, 2025. At this time, the property remains in violation as per the photos depict. At this time, the city is requesting 56 days or $100 per day for Section 9-305B. 56 days or $100 per day for Section 47-20.20H, and 15 days or $250 per day for Section 9-363.
So ordered.
Next case, page 40, Inspector Manuel Garcia presenting case number CE 2407-0226, case address 1423 Holly Heights Drive, owner the Cascade at Holly Heights, posted at property on 1/17/25, posted at 1 East Broward on 1/16/25.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 2407-0226, reference to property 1423 Holly Heights Drive. This property was cited on July 10, 2024 for the following sections: 47-19.4.D.8, there's a dumpster enclosure that is not maintained at this location. 9-306 has complied. 47-20.20H, there are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. There are oil stains, cracks, potholes, and discoloration. Reinspection was performed on January 24, 2025 and found that the property remains in violation as per the photos depict. The city at this time is requesting 56 days or $100 per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 41, Inspector Manuel Garcia presenting case number CE 2402-0585, case address 649 Northwest 15th Street, owner Satinet Fertilin, posted at property 1/8/25, posted at 1 East Broward 1/16/25.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 2402-0585, reference to property 649 Northwest 15th Street. This property was cited on February 23, 2024 for the following violations: 18-4C, there are multiple derelict vehicles being stored on the property. The vehicles were observed to be in derelict conditions as per the definition of Section 18-3. Due to the overall state of neglect and abandonment, flat tires, missing or expired registration, and missing and broken parts for safe operation. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and its well. 47-34.1.8.1, there's illegal land use occurring at this RDS 15 zone property. There's illegal outdoor storage consisting of, but not limited to, derelict vehicles, metal panels, and other miscellaneous items on the property. 47-20.20H has complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-304B, there are vehicles parked on the grass area of the property. 9-306, the exterior building surfaces have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia, soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing or peeling paint. 9-313, parentheses A, property is not identified by approved address numbers. There are numbers missing from the property to identify the address of the property. 9-280H1, the chain link fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. Areas of the chain link fence were observed broken and missing support. Reinspection was performed on January 24th, 2025, and as per the photos depict, the property remains in violation. The city is requesting the following: 10 days or $100 per day for section 18-4C and 18-12A. Also 9-304B and 9-313A. And then $28 per day or $100 per day for each violation for the rest.
Okay, excuse me, but which one did you say was complied? 47?
4720.20H.
Okay. All right, so ordered.
Next case, page 43. Inspector Manuel Garcia presenting case number CE 24070791. Case address 813 Northwest 17th Street. Owner Vina J. Wright and Dennis Harlan Bosma and all others. Posted at property 1925. Posted at 1 East Bar at 11625.
813, right? All right. Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 24070791, reference to property 813 Northwest 17th Street, cited on September 12, 2024, by previous officer Kerry Toulis for the following violations: 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its swell. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing or peeling paint. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Reinspection was performed on January 24th, 2025, and the property was observed to remain in violation as per the photos depict. At this time, the city is requesting 10 days or $100 per day for section 18-12A, and for 9-306 and 9-305B, 28 days or $100 per day for each violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Manuel Garcia presenting case number CE 24070821. Case address 1238 Northeast 3rd Avenue. Owner Margaret Sweeney. Personal service on 11725. Posted at 1 East Broward at 11625.
Senior Officer Garcia for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case CE 24070821, reference to property 1238 Northeast 3rd Avenue. Property was cited on August 1st, 2024 for the following violations: 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. There are palm trees on the property that have accumulated dead palms. 18-12A has complied. 9-304B, the driveway approach at this property is not surfaced with a hard and dustless material and maintaining a smooth and well-graded condition. Reinspection was performed on January 24, 2025, and found that the property remains in violation as per the photos depict. City is asking 84 days to comply or $50 per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 45. Inspector Gail Williams presenting case number CE 2409. You have one more? Where?
Nope, that's it. Well, that concludes my last magistrate hearing. Thank you so much.
Good luck to you.
Next case, page 45. Inspector Gail Williams presenting case number CE 24090042. Case address 1224 Northeast 5th Terrace. Owner 1224 SCJJC LLC. Posted at property 1925. Posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Senior Officer Gail Williams presenting for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case CE 24090042, address 1224 Northeast 5 Terrace. This case was first cited on September 4th, 2024 for the following violations. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Violation 24-27, parentheses B, has been withdrawn. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 27, 2025, and violation 9305 remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days or a daily fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 47. Inspector Gail Williams presenting case number CE 24090462. Case address 1640 Northwest 3rd Avenue. Owner FKH SFR C1LP in care of First Key Homes LLC. Posted at property 1925. Posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Senior Officer Gail Williams presenting on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale. Presenting case CE 240802266. Address 1316 Northeast 5 Avenue. This case was first cited on August 11, 2024 for the following violations. 9-363, failure to register the residents' rental dwellings within the city. The, excuse me?
You're reading the wrong case. 1640 Northwest 3rd Avenue.
Oh, 3rd Avenue? I'm sorry. What's the case number again, please?
Ending in 462 2409.
4209.
Page 47.
1640 Northwest 3rd Avenue? Okay. That case has been complied.
Okay.
Sorry.
Next case, page 47. Inspector Gail Williams presenting case number CE 24080266. Case address 1316 Northeast 5th Avenue. Owner Beautiful Home 100 LLC. Posted at property 1925. Posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Senior Officer Gail Williams presenting on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 240802266, address 1316 Northeast 5 Avenue. This case was first cited on August 11, 2024 for the following violations. 9-363, failure to register the residential rental dwellings within the city. The free application has not been submitted or is incomplete. Violation 24-28 has been withdrawn. Violation 9-280H, parentheses 1. The white PVC fence at this property is in disrepair and it's not being maintained as required. Violation 18-12A. There is trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or is swell. Violation 24-27B has been withdrawn. Violation 18-4 has been withdrawn. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 27, 2025 in violation 963. I'm sorry, violation 9-363, violation 9-280H, parentheses 1, and violation 18-12A remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days for violation 9-363 and 18-12A, or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter for each violation, and 28 days for violation 9-280H, parentheses 1, or a daily fine of $100 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 48, Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 24110277, case address 513 West Evanston Circle. Owner Bernie Mina Jr. and Joshua R. Jean, posted at property 11525, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case and property address as read for the record. This property was initially inspected on November 15, 2024, and the following violation was observed. 15-281A, There is operation of a vacation rental with an expired certificate of compliance at this location. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Saturday, January 25th, 2025, and the following violation remains. 15-281A as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 15 days to comply or a fine of $250 per day thereafter to be imposed.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 24100764, case address 1836 Southwest 9th Avenue, owner Ronald Rogowski. This case is closed. Next case, Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 24110057, case address 400 Southwest 12th Street, numbers 1 and 2, owner J. Juan Jaramillo, posted at property 11125, posted at 1 East Broward, 11625.
Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case and address as read for the record. This property was initially inspected on November 7, 2024, and the following violation was observed. 15-281A, there is operation of a vacation rental with an expired certificate of compliance at this location. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Saturday, January 25, 2025, and the following violation remains. 15-281A as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 15 days to comply or a fine of $250 per day thereafter to be imposed.
So ordered.
Next case, page 49, Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 24110395, case address 903 Southwest 9th Avenue, owner Flying Dutchman Holdings, posted at property 11125, posted at 1 East Broward, 11625.
Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case and address as read for the record. This property was initially inspected on November 27, 2024, and the following violation was observed. 15-272A, this property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Saturday, January 25, 2025, and the following violation remains. 15-272A as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 15 days to comply or a fine of $1,000 per day thereafter to be imposed.
I think that the city attorney and I took a look at this, and I don't think you can go to 1,000. I think 500's the limit. Section 11-12. Okay.
Next case, page 49, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 24120375, case address 3151 Northwest 69th Street, owner 3151 Northwest 69th Street, LLC, posted at property 11525, posted at 1 East Broward, 11625.
Leonard Champagne for the City of Fort Lauderdale for case number CE 24120375, 3151 Northwest 69th Street. This property was cited on 12/16/24 for 15282 D1A. There's a qualified number of violations of this vacation rental property to request a 150-day certificate suspension before the special magistrate. This case has 3 violations.
Okay.
One is case number
CE
CE 24-100-136. It was for parking and noise. A citation had been paid on that. And also CE 24-120-351, parking, and that was complied and paid. Okay, the city is requesting the full 180 days suspension of the vacation rental certificate.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 50, Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 2411-0451, case address 401 North Birch Road, number 503, owner Mary Beth Cicero and Susan Perez Wilson, posted at property 11625, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Wanda Aquavella for the city. Case and address is read. This property was initially inspected on November 14, 2024. The following violation was observed. 15-281A. There is an operation of a vacation rental with an expired certificate of compliance at this location. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on January 28, 2025, and the violation remains. The city is requesting 15 days to comply or a fine of $250 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
So, I see what you were saying about the 500, but when you have more than 5,000, you can do like the super fines. So fines
That's the statute, but when you go to the code, hearings, penalties, and liens, 11-12C, read that. The statute's just telling
what we can do.
What we
Recall Evans.
Okay, so
Read it in again.
yeah, recall that.
Going back to page 49, Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 241103995, case address 903 Southwest 9th Avenue, owner Flying Dutchman Holdings.
Okay, so I'm going to order 15 days or $500 a day thereafter.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Next case, page 50, Inspector Wanda Aquavella, case number CE 241100069, case address 1212 Northwest 6th Court, owner Catching Group Series, LLC, posted at property 11625, posted at 1 East Broward 11625.
Wanda Aquavella for the city. Case and address is read. This property was initially inspected on November 5th, 2024, and the following violation was observed. 15272A, this property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on January 28, 2025, where a check of Hamari revealed that the advertisement has not been taken down. The city is requesting 15 days to come into compliance or a fine of $500 per day thereafter.
Ordered.
What about the trash?
Trash is complied. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay.
Next case, page 51, Inspector Robert Kasarowicz, case number FC 24060011, case address 301 Southwest 13th Avenue, owner Historic Westside School, LLC. This case was first heard 8/13/24 to comply by 9/10/24. 3 sections not complied at $100 per day, $42,300 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Robert Kasarowicz, case number FC 24090003, case address 2889 Southwest 16th Street, owner R.S. Roca, LLC. This case was first heard 10/24/24 to comply by 11/8/24. 3 sections complied at $250 a day, $20,500 accrued, and the city is requesting the full amount.
So ordered.
Next case, page 53. Inspector Gail Williams, case number CE 24050691, case address 1717 Northwest 7th Terrace, owner 1717 Land Trust Apex Rapid LLC trustee. This case was first heard 8/29/24 to comply by 9/26/24. 1 section complied at $100 per day, $11,100 accrued. This is to vacate the order imposing fine of 12/12/2024 and rehear. The city is requesting no fines.
No fines, okay. So ordered.
Next case, page 54, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 24090029, case address 4008 Northeast 21st Avenue, owner Racing Kurasing and David Okon. This case was first heard 10/24/24 to comply by 11/3/24 and 11/21/24. 2 sections not complied at $100 per day, $15,800 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 55, Inspector Guy Seiderman, case number CE 24070270, case address 626 Northwest 22nd Road, owner Shady Pine Investments, LLC. This case was first heard 10/24/24 to comply by 11/3/24 and 12/12/24. 1 section complied at $50 per day, $200 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
So ordered.
Next case, page 58, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 24040268, case address 1324 Mango Isle, owner Janice A. Tyrell. This case was first heard 9/10/24 to comply by 9/20/24 and 10/8/24. 2 sections not complied at $100 per day, $24,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 24080169, case address 316 Northeast 4th Street, owner Dependable Equities, LLC. This case was first heard 9/26/24 to comply by 10/6/24. 1 section not complied at $100 per day, $11,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 60, Inspector Edward Eason, case number CE 24060295, case address 729 Southwest 2nd Court, owner SP Florida, LLC. This case was first heard 11/12/24 to comply by 11/22/24 and 12/17/24. 3 sections not complied at $100 per day, $28,550 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Bernstein Seinberg, case number CE 24020419, case address 1209 Southwest 20th Street, owner Kelly Callagher. This case was first heard 6/27/24 to comply by 9/26/24. 1 suspension from 11/12/24 to 1/14/25. 1 section not complied at $50 per day, $3,150 accrued. 1 section complied at $50 per day, $2,050 accrued, for a total of $5,200. City is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 61, Inspector Bernstein Seinberg, case number CE 24080286, case address 1275 Southwest 28th Road, owner Sway 2014-1 Borrower LLC. This case was first heard 10/24/24 to comply by 11/8/24. 1 section not complied at $100 per day, $8,300 accrued. 1 section complied at $100 per day, $2,600 accrued, $10,900 total. City is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Robert Kasarowicz, case number FC 24070013, case address 437 Southwest 4th Avenue, owner Housing Authority of the City of Fort Lauderdale. This case was first heard 8/29/24 to comply by 9/26/24. 1 section complied at $100 per day, $3,100 accrued. City is requesting no fines.
So ordered.
Next case, page 65, Inspector Vanessa Willis, case number CE 24070929, case address 1209 Northwest 2nd Street, numbers 1 through 4, owner 1209 Northwest 2nd Street Trust, and Tony Mertil, trustee. This case was first heard 11/12/24 to comply by 11/27/24 and 1/14/25. Two sections not complied at $200 per day, $16,000 accrued, and the fines continue to accrue. This was a request for extension.
So are you asking, will deny the extension?
Yes.
And are we reimposing the fines?
No,
No, we don't have to.
Put it back as a master.
Okay.
Next case, page 68, Inspector Rafael Santos, case number CE 24050836, case address 231 Southwest 23rd Street, owner Marilyn Ann Forrester and Milton Forrester. This case is closed. The city is requesting to enter pages 69 and 70 into today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of complied, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases.
So ordered.
And this concludes our special magistrate agenda hearing for Thursday, January 30th, 2025.